Okay, and now I'm live on Rumble and all the other platforms. So, um, let's see. I'm going to try now to play the video of the City Council live stream. So, if you're watching, because I can see that there's a couple people watching, can you please comment so that I know that a real person is here and it's not just trolls or something? Um, so that I can connect the live stream and you can let me know if you can hear it. Or I can just watch it on my phone actually. So my Rumble account is People's Plus Media. I was actually talking about it last night. Okay. You can delete the old one. Move to trash. But where is this live stream now? Yes, Mike Williams, fuck Joe Biden. I agree. Okay. All right, I'm going to connect the video.
We've certainly got a lot of dedicated time in front of us. I will say that to reiterate that we're going to try as strictly as we can to adhere to the time given. We know that there are folks that are going to want to continue and be passionate and continue on, but out of respect for those that come before you and that will speak
to workforce development and economic mobility by connecting folks in our communities to jobs in biotech and blue-green jobs, by making sure that we were working with industry leaders and working with policymakers and working with people who were able to provide training so that folks in the community had access to training and then they could then have access to jobs in biotech. And we've done that very, very successfully.
Okay, so before I turn the volume back on that, I'm just going to give a little overview. So I had this idea too late. The hearing started at 10 o'clock and I wanted to try to figure out how to stream live to Rumble because right now I'm on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Rumble. So because I had some technical difficulties getting live on Rumble, it's now 10:52. So we're 52 minutes into the hearing. So I don't know what we've missed already. I don't know if it's almost over. I don't know what. But basically, there are plans to put a development, basically like a treatment center, so facility, I guess, into Franklin Park, and the neighbors, the community, the residents at large are against it. It's going to have 851 units. Basically, like one end of the building will be a treatment facility or like a detox, and then the other end will be housing for people in recovery. So if you know anything about recovery, you know that you can't get well in the same environment where you were sick or where other people are sick. So it's not a recipe for success for the people in recovery, first of all. Second of all, we're basically just like relocating the Mass and Cass situation. It'll bring nothing but problems. There will be people that are actively using drugs all in the area. It's already a congested area. It's already a busy area, and nobody wants it. But it's going to happen anyway because that's how our government is operating right now, is that they do what they want, regardless of what we say. So this is a public hearing that's happening. There have been many meetings about this, many talks about this. It can never be said that the city council, the mayor, everybody involved was not aware that the public is very much against this plan. And we already know that these hearings are for show. They only do this because it's part of the process so that they can say, well, we heard the community's concerns and we made this little tweak and that little tweak, to try to satisfy the community. And as we know from other developments that are happening or have happened, they come in with a plan that has much bigger proponents to it, so that when they bring the community in and the community is against it, they can compromise and make little changes to it to make it look like they're working with you, but it's all an illusion. So I'm just gonna stream live the city council hearing. I'm not sure who's there. I did want to go in person, but it just wasn't in the cards for me today, me and my kids. So I'm just gonna stream it live on social media because I feel like people probably don't tune in much to the city council live stream on YouTube. So I'm bringing it to all these platforms. And I'm gonna put myself on mute and turn the sound on the video. And if you wanna chat with me in the comments, go ahead.
For white and for Hispanic residents, it's 37% higher than for white individuals. So this is not acceptable. Like, we have to do better. So when the state issued its RFP for redevelopment of the Morton Street campus, we were fortunate to be able to assemble a coalition of partners who were leaders in treatment and housing to come together to really try to make the system better for our communities. We're joined by housing developers, the community builders, and JPNDC, as well as service providers, Pine Street Inn, Healthcare for the Homeless, Victory Programs, Bay Cove, and HCRC. Together, we designed a new set of programs that was built on best practices with the goal of adding treatment capacity at the key points where we see such constraints in our current data. Creating a network of care that's better integrated so that patients can move more seamlessly from one level of care to another, and that providers can communicate and coordinate care so that patients have kind of one journey, one set of goals that they're working along their recovery continuum. Really importantly, it's essential that these services incorporate dual diagnosis support. The vast majority of individuals seeking substance use disorder treatment in Massachusetts have co-occurring mental health conditions such as depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, bipolar disorder, et cetera. But very, very few of our treatment programs have the staffing or the treatment models to be able to adequately support them. And then finally, more than 70% of the individuals seeking substance use treatment in Massachusetts are experiencing homelessness. Housing has to be a part of that solution. So we really sought to co-locate housing and longer-term outpatient programming to improve outcomes. So our vision with our partners is to create a community and a place that provides a continuum of care, including a comprehensive and coordinated set of inpatient services, outpatient resources, emergency housing, and supportive housing opportunities, all designed to foster recovery and healing in a beautiful community setting.
So since being provisionally designated last summer in June of 2023 by the Commonwealth, we've been engaging in extensive community conversations and dialogues, trying to gather feedback to inform how we should modify our plan. A couple of procedural notes. When we were provisionally designated by the state for this redevelopment in response to the RFP submission that we made, that really just enables us to negotiate a final development plan with the Commonwealth, and it also unlocks us to begin community engagement. It does not mean that what we propose is the final thing. And that's why we've been having extensive community conversations and dialogues and public meetings in order to gather feedback to understand how we should make modifications. We recognize this has been a long process for the folks who live in and around the park. The Commonwealth made its decision to relocate the hospital services that it operates on the Shattuck site back in 2018. It operates nearly 250 beds of hospital services there, and it determined that it would not relocate the nonprofit or partner-operated behavioral health treatment and homeless shelter programs that were operational at Shattuck as well. The state went through a multi-year process of convening a community advisory board, creating a vision plan that then informed a request for proposals that they released back in 2022. That is the request for proposals that BMC responded to. And that RFP had some clear requirements. It required a minimum of 75 to 100 units of permanent supportive housing. It required the continuity of an opioid treatment program, or more commonly known as a methadone clinic, operated on the site at the time and presently with capacity for 300 to 400 visits per day. It requested a set of behavioral health services, residential services, and then continuity of the services being operated on the site already, which again include residential substance use disorder treatment beds, as well as a substantial homeless shelter program that have both operated on the site for decades. So that's the context for BMC's proposal and submission. And we hope to bring what we proposed, or a modified and reduced scale version of what we proposed, to the site where there are those extensive operations today. Just a few more details on some of what I've already shared. The Shattuck Hospital was constructed and opened back in 1954. It has been a public health hospital facility and a going concern for 7 decades, serving people with hospital services, psychiatric services, shelter services, and residential substance use disorder treatment services. The Shattuck site is presently host to close to 420 beds of hospital and substance use disorder treatment and homeless services. That's a reduction in scale from the pre-COVID levels. If we rewind to 2019, it was closer to 550 beds of services. And the reason for that is program operators like Pine Street Inn practicing social distancing in COVID era. So it has been a large going concern providing essential public health programs and services on the current site for many years. The state is relocating half of those beds to a new facility in the South End. And this is, again, part of speaking to the continuum or the timeline for the services and operations at the Shattuck site. As I was describing, on the left side of the slide is the 1954 view of the Shattuck Hospital shortly after completion. You can see 3 large structures, 2 towers that are 10 to 12 stories tall, and a power plant facility that's several stories as well. There is very little open or green space in the original site plan, under 2.9 acres, and largely that's kind of grass between parking rows. Fast forward to 2024, today's operations, one of the 2 towers was demolished some time ago by the Commonwealth because of its condition. And left behind are the 12-story tower, which is where the hospital services and residential substance use disorder treatment services are today, as well as the power plant building where an outpatient substance use disorder treatment program and a homeless shelter operated by Pine Street Inn are. Again, the scale of operations going back to pre-COVID was 550 beds. Today stands just shy of 420 beds. I'll now speak for a moment about the initial proposal that we put forward, but let me again underscore, we are making modifications and we are working on those modifications as a coalition now. We've been hearing feedback and we recognize in particular that the scale needs to come down. But in the spirit of sharing what initially was submitted to the state, the proposal that we provided to the state back in the summer of 2022, at the timing of the request for proposals, included 272 clinical beds of services, actually a reduction in the number of clinical beds operating on the Shattuck site today. It included 174 shelter beds. That's the same scale as the historical Shattuck operations, which has included 120 beds of shelter services and about 54 beds of an outpatient addiction treatment program operated by Pine Street Inn. We also included 200 units of individual supportive housing, permanent supportive housing that are homes for people where they sign leases and pay rent and have case management services helping them with their tenancy. That would be part of a first phase of development. We also included a second phase of development with 205 units of permanent supportive housing focused on families. Those units would be lagged by several years and in our original proposal only embarked on after an assessment of the impact of the site and the feasibility of it to support more housing. Again, we are making modifications. And as we are hearing feedback and synthesizing what we've heard, a few things are clear. As I shared, we are going to be reducing the scale of the proposal as we modify our plans. We're also going to continue seeking ways to strengthen the clinical model to be able to, as Dr. Pace described, support people with dual diagnoses. And then we're also considering changes in the mix of housing services based on feedback we've received. We're doing those things in the context of a few things we need to consider as well. How to maintain integrity of the model that we proposed, how to fit it into the site and consider the real estate implications of the space and at a reduced scale, what features need to change, what design elements need to change. And then we also need to do that third in a way that has sustainable financing that can actually move forward and actually be operational in a responsible way going forward. So over the past 9 months since we were provisionally designated, we've had the chance to engage with over 1,000 participants in a variety of forums of public meetings and dialogues. We have tried to have a range of different ways of reaching people so that we can meet people where they are or wherever works for them to convey feedback to us. And this is a topic that we recognize people feel passionately about. And so we've greatly appreciated the feedback and the passion that folks have brought to their feedback, both supportive and against. Just going through a little of the specific forums that we used, we started with a couple of 2 large public meetings that were a way for us to share information about our proposal and then start to gather feedback, questions, concerns. We then hosted an open house in Dorchester that enabled us to have longer conversations with community members and gather more feedback, hear concerns and questions, and actually collect kind of written sticky note feedback on a variety of topics related to the project. That was very valuable. We also were included in 2 large community meetings that we attended where we received feedback and concerns as well. And then we've also engaged in a large number of smaller group meetings and meetings with electeds and community leaders, including some where community leaders and electeds convened groups of their constituents in order to, again, gather feedback, hear concerns, and begin to synthesize what the implications should be for modifications that we make. Again, all modifications before we even get to a public permitting process like Article 80. Lastly, we've maintained website and email presence along with the Commonwealth. We've heard a number of concerns. Many of these won't surprise folks in the room, but I'll and the list extends beyond just the ones I'll highlight here. But I will name 4 that we have really been thinking about and working with as we consider modifications. The first, fairly evident, is the concern about is the concern about scale of the development. That this is larger than what has historically been at the Shattuck site, that it is an increase. We've heard that. We are considering, we plan to modify downward our scale of development and are working on how to do that. Our original proposal was informed by the magnitude and scale of public health and housing crises that we see affecting our community as BMC and our partners community as Boston-based service providers largely serving the neighborhoods in and around or using and around the park. We've also heard a concern about public safety and security. That's partly about the scale of the development and partly about the mix of services. We've heard concerns about equity of where the services are sited and siting them in a predominantly Black and brown neighborhood or community in a park that has been used by, or that is predominantly used by Black and brown community members, and the equity implications of that. And we've also heard concerns about the mixing of populations on site, that there could be in a phase 2 have permanent housing for people who, or for families along with recovery services. So we've been considering those things as we're making modifications, and we've greatly appreciated the feedback. We've also heard a lot of supportive feedback on particularly folks who feel animated by the importance of making progress on recovery, on dual diagnosis care, on the need for more high quality treatment capacity. As Dr. Pace was describing, the motivation for us is care and housing for individuals who we serve in our communities who are suffering and struggling. The current system of care is highly fragmented. It makes it an incredibly difficult way to heal. And there are models of care like that are accessible to people who may say have greater means than many of the patients we care for. Folks who have commercial insurance or who can pay out of their own pockets and go to a months-long recovery program where all of the levels of care are integrated into one place. We're seeking to do that, replicate that evidence-based model, but in a way that people who have public insurance can actually access. So that equity dimension has been very important for us, and we'll continue to think through that while we weigh the concerns, the very real concerns we're hearing from folks.
Good morning. We appreciate the process of receiving community feedback, and we actually leverage community feedback when we developed Boston Medical Center's Brockton Behavioral Health Center, which also focuses on behavioral health needs to service the community. And we opened Brockton in October of 2022 as an 82-bed psychiatric, inpatient psychiatric and substance use disorder treatment program for adolescents and adults. We opened those services because they were additional benefits that the community desperately needed. After hearing community concerns around Brockton behavioral health, it ultimately seemed to come down to fear of the unknown. So like, we don't know what we don't know. And so understandably, we went through a similar process in being able to address the concerns and share feedback in a transparent way. Some people imagine the worst when we opened Brockton Behavioral Health Center, almost like something you'd see in a Hollywood like horror movie, while others seem to understand that the prevalence of un- and undertreated behavioral health issues already existed in the community, and recognize that our hospital would intentionally serve as a safe, healing environment where people could recover and return to their lives in their own community as parents and family members and workers and productive citizens. Our hospital also brought new jobs to the community, where now nearly 70% of all of our staff live in Brockton or surrounding towns. Our staff treat patients every day who also live in Brockton and surrounding towns. Because we are BMC, our patients not only have access to local behavioral health care, but also have access to the most innovative clinical care because we are an academic teaching hospital, which means that we're able to have nurses and doctors and other mental health professionals get real life experience working with our population. And they too live in Brockton and surrounding towns. So Brockton Behavioral Health Center not only introduced the behavioral health services that our community desperately needed, but we hire and treat our community at our hospital. Since opening, we have had neighbors who once really had understandably concerns about what it would entail at a behavioral health hospital, being in the community, walk into our hospital, seeking help for their loved ones. Because too often, the alternative is no help at all, or very long waits in emergency departments for an inpatient bed that's typically outside of their own community. Way too far for many family members and support systems to visit regularly. Another significant benefit of opening Brockton was that we took an old, dilapidated nursing home that was pretty much an eyesore in the community and rehabilitated it into a beautiful, modern, carbon net zero emissions, sustainable facility. So not only is our building sustainable and equitable, so isn't the clinical care we provide to our patients, which is consistent with BMC's commitment to sustainable buildings and green spaces.
Great. So underscoring what Tracy was sharing about the approach to sustainability, we wanted to speak a little about the site design and some elements of the proposal that we put forward related to sustainability and environmental conservation. One of the aims that came through the state's community engagement process and the request for proposals was returning green space to Franklin Park. I'll speak a bit about our original proposal, again, naming that we will be making modifications to this. But on the left, you can see the existing site plan. This is Shattuck today. It is largely asphalt and bricks. There is a very limited amount of green and landscape space, 2.9 acres, that is largely grassy strips between parking. It's not functional or usable for folks. With our original modified proposal, we were already able to materially increase, more than double the amount of green plaza and pedestrian space that was usable and community benefit and that would become part of Franklin Park. That was a design priority for us. And as we're making modifications, we want to hold on to that and try and continue the priority of returning land to the park. And making it usable and green. We also, as Tracy alluded to, that we were able to do with our Brockton Behavioral Health Facility, we want to and plan to use to the extent possible net zero building techniques and maximize sustainability of the site to minimize the environmental impact of it. Again, also in the spirit of keeping it as green as possible. So a little bit on the path forward from here. We hope that our modified plan is going to continue to address public health needs while also factoring in and reflecting what we're hearing from the community as we go and continue community dialogues. Continuing to have community conversations in the weeks and months ahead, and we'll continue to work on modifications. Once we have reached a point where we have modifications, we will share them with community stakeholders and also with state government. And then we also will have to enter into a permitting process. And we expect to go through the zoning and permitting process through BPDA as a project like this typically would. That will be likely a long 1 to 2 year exercise. And then at the soonest, the Shattuck Hospital services that are operational on the site today will relocate not until sometime in 2026. So construction most likely wouldn't even begin until that point, although will be determined a bit by the state's relocation and resiting plans. And then there would be a multi-year construction process. As I described, we initially proposed 2 phases of development with a wait period between the 2 to observe impact and assess feasibility of a second phase. But that is part of the original plan, and we'll consider modifications to that. But we look forward to ongoing feedback, and we thank everyone in the room and the council for having us here today.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to acknowledge at this time that we've been joined by two other city councilors at large, Council Henry Santana, Council Julie Mejia here. If you guys don't mind, you could do your opening statement into the questions, if you will, when we get to the round of questionings. Thank you, just to keep this moving. Thank you to all our panelists. I'd like to acknowledge the sponsors to begin with for the first round of questions, then I'll turn it to the floor to my colleagues in order of arrival. Again, first round of questioning, 5 minutes, and then we'll do a second round of 3 minutes. Council Fernandez-Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you. What steps have you taken specifically to ensure that the proposed housing project at the Shattuck aligns with principles of racial equity in the community? I'll just ask all of them. What specific strategies will be implemented to address community concerns regarding the size and scale of the project, proposed project, and its potential impact? And you've been in conversations about reducing the size. What does that look like? What is the reducing or reduction size or scale? How will safety mechanisms be integrated to ensure the well-being and access to amenities such as Franklin Park for residents of the proposed supportive housing units? And what measures are in place to mitigate potential negative impacts on the collective quality of life of residents in the vicinity of the Shattuck?
Thanks, Councilor. I can begin, and others from BMC chime in as you see fit as well. So, Councilor, I'll start actually with the concern you raised about, or your question about how we're addressing the concern about the scale and size. We plan on reducing the scale overall. That also is related to your question on equity and how we plan to factor that in the context of the housing program, which we do expect will be part of the reductions in scale in our modified plan, where we've heard concerns about the scale being a challenge from the standpoint of burden on neighborhood. So that's a consideration there. The provision of housing also in the response is something that we given the rates, the inequitable rates of homelessness currently in the city of Boston, where 42% of the city's shelter population in 2021 was identified as Black versus 25% of the overall population. We hope that even at a reduced scale, the presence of supportive housing on the site can still address that inequity. While we also are weighing the siting equity concern that you raised as well.
So addressing equity for the city, but in the district, we have already the highest amount of low affordable housing, the highest amount of any low threshold, the highest amount of halfway homes, the highest amount of nonprofits and services, the highest rate of recidivism rate. How is that equitable?
How is that? Sorry, I didn't hear the last word.
Addressing the equity concern for the whole city.
Oh, how is that
in District 7?
Equitable, sorry. Yeah.
How is it equitable to put it in a district that's already suffering for its economy is dampened, and that's the reason? How is that equitable?
So we responded to requests for proposals that the state put forward that had already identified this site. We agree that these services should be sited around Boston and around the region. But this is also a request for proposals that we in summer 2022 put forward a response to.
You put a response to something that you're now admitting that it's too big, because you said you heard the concerns and you thought it was too big. You're saying, yes, we realize that, and we are talking about now how to make it smaller. And so, but you responded to it knowing that it was inequitable?
We responded to it motivated by the health inequities and housing inequities that we see as Boston Medical Center and with our partner members of our coalition.
What did the RFP propose?
The RFP...
The numbers.
The RFP only outlined a minimum for housing, a minimum of 75.
175?
A minimum of 75 to 100 units of permanent
To 100
supportive
units.
housing.
And then you responded with?
200 units of permanent supportive housing for individuals, and then 205 units for families in a lagged phase 2. Again, that we
100
plan-
minimum, we went to 400?
Yes, in the proposal we did, and we've heard feedback on that and plan to make modifications in the spirit of being responsive to community feedback.
I really appreciate that. And so can we go to my other questions?
Yep.
Thank you.
So you had asked about safety mechanisms and how we plan to address that. So first, we will, as we are making modifications, we will be modifying how we think about a safety plan. And once we have a final set of services for the proposal, we will have a final safety plan associated with that. With that said, there are already things that are very clearly going to be part of our ultimate safety plan. A private public safety force that will be responsible for safety on the grounds of the Shattuck site, secure entry egress from buildings that are staffed and monitored.
And when you're ready with that plan, you'll come back to community?
We will.
Thank
Yes.
you. You mentioned something about state proposed shelter in South End?
The state is relocating its hospital
In
beds.
South End?
Yes. to the
Also
South
in
End.
District 7?
Is it? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. I think it.
That was a future
Where-
question of mine.
where's the
is
shelter?
Where, yeah.
East Newton's,
next to BMC.
it's not a shelter.
Yeah, it's not shelter services. It's inpatient hospital services that are going to be relocated, that are state operated.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that you recognize the scale, that you're saying, yeah, it's kind of big. And why do you agree with the community?
We, as BMC, really value community partnership and collaboration in projects that we're undertaking. And as Trina was describing, that's an anchoring principle for us as an institution. And so that is a factor that we wanted to be able to incorporate into our plans and is made possible by this provisional designation process where we now are able to incorporate feedback and make modifications.
You mentioned meetings with the other elected officials, open houses, and meetings with other elected officials, with community. I don't know about these meetings. The smaller meetings, I don't know about these meetings.
What would you like to know?
Well, I would have liked to be invited to one, to do a meeting.
We actually asked you to host one in our last conversation.
I said, if you want to host one, did you want it, how did you want it structured? And it looked like you were trying to divide people in different cohorts, and that's not okay. So I said, I'm happy to, but it needed to be community at large.
And
But then I didn't hear back from you.
well, I think where we left the conversation was that when we have revisions would be an opportune time to then gather
Okay.
feedback from the,
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for that. That makes sense. So when you're ready, we can go back to,
and we look forward to that.
okay, but other electeds agreed to the smaller meetings.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Councilor Murphy?
Presentation, and for your obvious thoughtfulness of community, suggestions that you're going to continue to listen to. But at what point will scaling back, and I'm not saying I have an opinion on how small or big this should be, but at what point does it become like too small, where the site where we know is a large piece of land that is in, that section of Franklin Park that could hold more, but I know that we don't want to burden, and I agree with that conversation, but have you thought of that? Because oftentimes we're talking, with the planning board, with developers who is scaling back on development, and it's their bottom line profit that they're going to lose. But in this, we're providing a service that we know we need. We've had several hearings over the last couple of weeks about housing and other needs for the city. There would never be enough affordable housing units, right? You could never say, well, that's too many, or enough beds. We know we need more recovery beds that are equipped to service, people who would have the dual diagnosis. So at what point would you pull out, or this isn't worth it because it's not going to
Yeah.
do what it needs to do for the state and
Yeah.
for us in the city?
it's an important question, and we've been trying to weigh that and hold at once the feedback that we're getting with concern with simultaneously public health and housing crises that our initial proposal sought to address. And so it's something we're considering and weighing. As you noted, this is not something that is a for-profit endeavor for Boston Medical Center. We are a safety net, mission-driven health system, but it's something that we're going to have to look back and look at and factor in as we're making modifications and seeing what each potential modification could mean for the overall sustainability.
Okay, thank you. No other questions, Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy. Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to the panel for your testimony. Mr. Chair, I know that the request for proposal was put out by state officials, and I obviously know that this is a state project on state property surrounded by City of Boston property. My question would be, can the BMC team talk about the communication that you're having with the city, with the state, as it relates to potential jurisdiction challenges, public safety, Boston Police, Mass State Police, Parks Department, DCR-related issues, environmental challenges, city, state, community engagement, city and state, response from Boston Fire as well. If there is a major issue on site or just over the area into the city, who has overall responsibility? Who are you coordinating with, and how is that process going?
Thank you, Councilor. So from the very beginning, since before we even submitted the RFP, we have been consistently engaging the Franklin Park Coalition, who I think is the most knowledgeable in this particular area of where things get tangled as far as public service and response. And so as we have been in the process of making the revisions and seeing ultimately when we arrive at the ultimate scale, we want to continue to have that conversation in concert with the Franklin Park Coalition so that we're not building a plan absent their influence and making sure that we take from their experience in order to help inform and lead in how we are going to approach the convoluted relationships between the state, city, and specifically park rangers, which the Franklin Park Coalition has lifted up as one key way to at least have some consistent monitoring around the premises and particularly in the evenings. So these are conversations that will continue, and we look forward to arriving at a resolution. Certainly won't be perfect, as I'm sure you shared. It's going to be a challenge, but we will, ultimately try to drive at the best resolution we can.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on that. The challenges that this scenario presents itself are significant, and I'd rather see them, just for my own benefit, I guess, but I'd rather see a plan in writing on scenarios that could potentially take place in responses from city officials, from state officials. There's a lot of potential overlap. There's a lot of confusion, potential confusion, and jurisdiction issues that I've worked on previously unrelated to this, but it's not issues that you're just able to fix right away. It takes a long period of time negotiating with city officials, negotiating with state officials, negotiating with the neighborhood residents, impacted community. Who are you working with for the city of Boston?
Specifically on in general?
Yeah.
I mean, we've been in contact with the mayor's administration. Spoken with Public Health Commission, with folks in the mayor's leadership team.
Council members.
Yeah, no, he's saying for the mayor's
Oh,
office. I'm blanking on who else specifically from the mayor, but we've been keeping them abreast.
Yep.
But are they also concerned about potential challenges that this scenario presents itself?
I believe so.
Yeah, and we've discussed a need to work through those plans with them and with the state. Council, you're raising an important point, and BMC wouldn't be comfortable moving forward with a plan without significant clarity on those types of challenges if we're going to be operating high-quality programs on the site. So definitely, we plan to do that, and we have experience extensively collaborating with city and state officials in our operations at BMC.
Who is the top city official that you're working with on a day-to-day, a week-to-week basis?
So the folks we have been in touch with regularly are Mike Firestone, Sheila Dillon, and Bisola Ojikutu.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No further questions.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. Councilor Pepin?
Thank you, Chair. BMC, thank you so much for that presentation and for being here again. I just have a few quick questions. One, what led you to start off with that number of proposed units in the RFP? Was it based on needs, or was it just out of the ballpark? Number two, number-wise, how many more beds are you proposing? Obviously, you don't have an exact number right now compared to the existing building. And number three, in the presentation, you mentioned offering wraparound services. Does that currently exist at the existing location, or is that a new program?
Yeah.
I think in terms of the sizing, I'm just speaking towards the sizing of the clinical services. We actually looked at data from patients cared for at BMC and cared for across our partners, and did gap analysis to really understand the number of patients who were falling out of care and the bed shortages they were facing. So we applied those analyses to the scale that we initially proposed, knowing that it was still an underestimate of what was going to be needed, but knowing that we wanted to create as many beds as we would be able to sort of safely accommodate there. And then the wraparound services, what was the second question?
How many more technically proposed units compared to what exists? I'm just thinking scale-wise.
I can answer that one. So currently there are just under 420 beds of services operational. There's no permanent supportive housing operational on the site. Back in 2019, and kind of more the equilibrium of Shattuck before COVID and social distancing, there were 550 beds of services, but again, no permanent supportive housing. Our proposal originally, or in its original form, reduced the number of clinical beds and shelter beds versus historical scale, but increased by adding in the first place permanent supportive housing, meeting and exceeding the minimum of the RFP requirement. Do you want to speak to wraparound services?
Yeah, so I think in current state that there are a range of clinical substance use services on the campus. And I think they do coordinate, but they don't share services between them. So I think what we're hoping to do is have some umbrella services such as housing case navigators who can really, meet the patient the first week of receiving a service on this campus and start to work their housing and work with them. It might be 6 to 9 months that they're on that campus, really consistently work with them. And that's a really rare opportunity now. Typically people are switching programs, every 4 weeks and getting a new counselor, a new housing person. So I think housing will be a really key value add in terms of wraparound services. And I think there are other opportunities for efficiency as well. I think in terms of workforce development, et cetera, that we're hoping to leverage as well.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Councilor Pepin. Councilor Weber.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Dr. Pace, maybe just answer this, but have you done studies about what is the need for substance abuse treatment services in the region?
it wasn't an academic study, but we basically looked at Medicaid data from our own partner, our facility and our partners' facilities to look at what the need was.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
what's the
And
need?
we think we basically have half the number of beds that our patients need, and we see patients falling out of care. So if you look at all the individuals who enter a detox facility, more than 70% of them are homeless. And in that case, we would really recommend that 100% of them go on to receive further inpatient substance use treatment, because otherwise they're just going back to a shelter or to the street. But only 1 in 5 is actually able to do that. And that's the level of care that I was looking for my patient yesterday, where their wait lists are 6 to 8 weeks long. So we know that we're dramatically underbedded right now.
Yeah, and just one thing I'll add to that is that number of the undersupply of beds already factors in the couple hundred beds at Shattuck today. And so our proposal is replacing or maintaining some of those beds and then incrementally adding a little bit more on top of that.
So how many beds short? I mean, do you have a number in terms of like how many beds you think would meet the needs of the region?
The total beds, we do have that. I don't have it at the top of my head. We can definitely get it to you.
We do. It varies by level of care. The typical continuum of recovery is detox to clinical stabilization services to residential rehabilitation services to outpatient treatment and follow-up care. Think like for the first program, 7 days, for the next program, 2 weeks, for the next program, 3 to 6 months, and then outpatient maintenance as long as needed. The undersupply varies considerably based on the level of care. There's actually not as much of an undersupply of detox beds, but there is a significant undersupply, like hundreds of beds to low 4 digits numbers of beds for the CSS and the residential rehabilitation services beds for the region. No one site could address the needs, and we fully recognize that and support more.
Okay, and in coming up with the revised plan, what impact has the mayor has talked about reopening Long Island? Like, what impact do you think that'll have, or are you considering that? How does it impact your thinking?
Yeah, it's an important question, and when we submitted our initial proposal, that was in the summer of 2022. No plans about Long Island or the bridge reopening had been announced yet. When we were provisionally designated, I believe actually no plans were known yet as well. We are factoring that in and thinking through things. In the spirit of what we were just sharing, the scale of undersupply of essential services, our view is it's probably both and more, and we hope that they can play complementary roles. But we are going to continue to factor that in and keep a dialogue with the city about it.
Well, could we have a situation where the short-term recovery is on Long Island, and then if you kind of graduate to longer-term recovery, at the Shattuck? Just as a non-doctor public health expert, what do you think of that?
I think having sort of more the open door services, early stage services on Long Island, and then having people move to Shattuck when they're at later stages makes a lot of sense, especially given sort of the ways that the Shattuck campus is really so closely knit up into a surrounding community. That would make a lot of sense. The minus is, of course, you want to make sure that to have front door services be in an isolated location is also a little tricky. So I think you would just need to figure out pathways and supports to get people there. But that's very much along the lines that we're thinking, and I think it's a great opportunity.
Okay, so and again, being new to this space, can you just explain like what the financial model is? Why is BMC getting involved in this? How will they? I mean, we've seen issues, Stuart, the Benjamin, in terms of the model. Explain it. What's going on here?
So we are a nonprofit safety net health system that serves patients and members. We were, I'm sure folks in this room are aware, we were the only respondent to this request for proposals. And achieving something like this would, even in a modified and reduced scale like we're contemplating, will require substantial government support. The available rates for services don't cover the cost of construction or debt service, such that we'll need to collaborate with government on financing the capital. We hope that we can get it to, when I say sustainable, I mean that it can cover its costs and we can operate it as a responsible going concern for years to come. Not that it is generating profit, because we are a nonprofit, and that's not what motivates us to respond.
Yeah.
They're billable levels of care, so
Yeah.
they're all billable to insurance, so they have some level of ability to self-sustain that way.
Okay, well, getting to that, so I've heard one, I don't know what my
One
time
last
is.
question, go ahead.
Yeah, the one criticism I've heard of the proposal is that, it'll, for people with substance abuse issues who don't have insurance, they'll be provided with methadone, whereas people with resources get Suboxone, and that's more effective. I don't know what your response is to that.
That is not a trend we see in Massachusetts where we have such extraordinarily high rates of insurance. And in fact, methadone is actually very hard to get without any insurance. So I would say that is not true. I think we're just incredibly fortunate to be in this state where for medication for opioid use disorder, patients actually have access to a whole range of medications, especially with state insurance.
Yeah. The primary inequity we see that is a concern for us is that, as Dr. Pace was describing, it's really hard for people with public insurance to access care. There aren't enough high quality beds. And so that's creating access for people with public insurance is a guiding principle for us.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Council Weber. Council Santana.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for our panelists for being here and providing that presentation. And thank you also to my colleagues, first to the lead sponsor for bringing this to a hearing, and for my colleagues for asking so many questions that I already want to hear from. I think I want to use my time, and you're going to readdress some of the stuff that you already talked about, but I have concerns just about the quality of life, the impact that it will have on the residents that are currently living in the neighborhood. So if you can just kind of spend more time just speaking of that impact and the things that you guys are going to do to avoid that. And then I know you also touched on the safety plan as chair of the Public Safety Committee. I'm really concerned to just want to hear more of your plan. I know you kind of went into it, but is it not fully ready yet, or it's still being started out? So would like to hear more to that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Glad to start, and then others chime in. For quality of life in the neighborhood, many of the programs that we proposed have been operating on the Shattuck site for many years. So we, especially as we now we've heard that concern in the context also of the scale of our initial proposal. So we hope and expect that the modifications that we are planning that will bring down the scale will mitigate some of those concerns. Though also, I think many of the quality of life things that could be concerns, we also see as opportunity in the spirit of bringing more green space and usable park space to residents of the area. The Shattuck site today is not exactly an inviting environment. There are wonderful spaces immediately around the Shattuck campus, the picnic grove, the tennis courts, but there isn't. But the actual campus itself is largely isolated and largely parking and brick buildings. And so, by reimagining the actual 13-acre site into a much more usable space with public amenities, where we actually, in our initial proposal, suggested giving 3 acres of parkland back to Franklin Park out of the 13-acre parcel. We think those will be material community benefits. We also will prioritize public safety. And for the public safety plan, we had an initial plan related to our original proposal. As we're making modifications, we're going to be making changes to reflect the change in scale, site layout and design, program mix and type. But there are some really common principles that we use as BMC and our partners use already. We'll have, as I started to describe to Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, we'll have a private public safety force that is trained in de-escalation and in working with vulnerable populations that will be responsible for maintaining order and safety on the campus. we will have entry egress, secure entry egress and monitoring. We'll use technology around the campus in order to monitor safety. We will use lighting, wayfinding, signage in order to make it an inviting and navigable space for folks. And then we also have through, again, related to public amenities, we think that is also going to support safety as well. We proposed in our original proposal creating a new road and connection to Morton Street and Busway that will ensure that there's foot traffic and folks who are coming and going, and also can mitigate some traffic concerns and issues for the site.
No, great, thank you. I just want to, in regards to the safety plan, I do strongly urge when you do have that copy to really go and urge you to go to community before that's finalized. A lot of things you mentioned do contribute to safety, but also want to make sure that we don't have any consequences that we might not be thinking about. So strongly urge you to continue speaking to community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Council Santana. Council Mejia.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the sponsor for bringing us together, and thank you to the panelists who are here. And more importantly, look at the community turnout. This is what democracy looks like, and I think I've been reading the faces as best as I can, trying to get an understanding of kind of like reading the room. And I feel like in many ways, you all are really trying hard at meeting a moment where you have so many different stakeholders, right? So you have housing advocates, you have substance use disorder advocates, you have green space advocates, you have everyone in one space, and all have very different opinions of what we need and how we need to get there. And I just want to commend you because it is not easy trying to hold space for so many different diverse perspectives. And so I just want to acknowledge how uncomfortable it is to be in spaces, but also for me, the process is far more important than the outcome. And how we get there, I think really is going to demonstrate our ability to see each other and listen to one another. Because I think that that's what is missing in these spaces, is for people to really feel heard and affirmed. So I just want to acknowledge that it is not easy. And so I commend you all and the advocates who have been so fiercely advocating for the things that they care about. So I have a few questions. I am curious, right? Like, just help me understand. I am always trying to find a win and what a win-win solution looks like. And I'm curious if you all have considered the West Roxbury High School campus, right? Because there is a space there that was up for discussion, whereas we won't impact our green space. There is the issue around it is off of VFW Parkway, so in terms of like residents and transit and things of that nature, in terms of impacting of the community around you, we can minimize some of that chatter that we've been hearing, right? So I'm just curious, considerations have you all entered into in looking for an alternate space?
So in considering that space or other alternative spaces, we would have to defer to the city and the state. In this case, we responded to a state RFP for this specific site, for these specific uses.
So I'm just gonna throw that into the mix, right? Because we need housing, we do. And we need supportive housing, we do, right? So I'm going to go on record that there is definitely a need for us to have this discussion. And what I think so many of us are struggling with is the where it goes. And I think that this is probably where the point of contention is, because there's so many myths and facts and alternative realities that we're all like struggling with. So can you walk us through, is there a dashboard, a public space in which anyone can go to and see what your community engagement process has looked like. How many community meetings have you had? Who are the residents that have shown up? How many of them are from Boston? How many of them are organized groups? Like how many, what have you decided to do based on the feedback that you received? Is there a public space for folks who are interested in your community engagement process? Because that's what this hearing is about, is really to ensure that community has a voice. So I'm just curious, is there something like that that exists?
Yeah. I do not believe we share that information on our project website. It is something that we track and we monitor and pay attention to try to be broadly distributed in who we're reaching and how, but it's something we can consider.
Yeah, I would recommend that only because what I hear often is that we had a meeting and it's like a checkbox.
Yep.
But who shows up to that meeting, how much airspace that person had, what influence, and who they have access to in terms of power, brokers and decision makers. It's like, I just really want to make sure that as we continue to move through these processes, that we're being as transparent as possible and that we can point to, yes, we've done our due diligence. This is what it looks like. These are the folks that have engaged us. And I just want to say to you is that your office has reached out to our office and we've been thinking about ways in which we create space for discomfort, right? And bringing people together who have very opposing views so that we can figure out what it looks like to be in partnership with each other. So I'm really looking forward to not just in this hearing, but outside of these formal spaces and places, and also looking at other folks who are not highly engaged. Because this is what I worry about. There are people who always are gonna show up, and then there are people who are most impacted but have absolutely no idea that these discussions are happening. And I wanna make sure that we get to a place where we could address that. And I would love to hear what that looks like for you all.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. As you know, we are constantly in the community, and so we fully intend to continue engaging the community on this topic, like all topics. And so we'll come up with a new process where we're able to make sure that that is open and accessible.
And we'd like to participate in that process. Because my colleague asked the question around who are the city officials. I'm sure this is not the end of the conversation, but I think that in terms of stakeholders, you mentioned Franklin Park Coalition. I think that's great, but I'm curious in terms of other stakeholders, what does it look like when we open up the tent and create more space for other folks to be engaged? And what has that process looked like?
So we've met with faith leaders, we've met with boards of community health centers, and much of the feedback and concerns reflect the same feedback and concerns that we're hearing right now, and I imagine we'll be hearing later today. And so all of those points have been very helpful as we continue to look back at the potential revisions.
Right. So I would recommend,
Council.
and this is my last, thank you, Chair. To my colleague, Councilor Anderson's earlier remark about siloing, I think that there should be an opportunity for all of these stakeholders to be in the same room at the same time, having the same conversation. And I'm sure that probably has happened. And if it hasn't, I'm going to encourage that, because in terms from a transparency point of view, I think that we can hear each other, and then potentially, because we might be in opposing views, we might be coming to the table with a solution that we could all agree upon. So I would recommend that we have open up the tent and everybody all in together girls, any kind of weather girl type of environment.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. We've also been joined by D4 City Councilor, Councilor Brian Worrell. Councilor Worrell, if you have any questions, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for being here, and thank you for the community for being here today. And thank you to Councilor Fernandez-Anderson for posting this hearing order. I've been listening in. Most of my questions have been asked, but kind of going off of the trail that Councilor Santana was alluding to on the public safety. I know public safety, sometimes a body, but in terms of immediate like infrastructure, like lighting, call boxes, Are those type of investments looking to be made inside of this plan?
Yes, yes, those are things that we would factor in along with our own public safety force for the campus.
Okay, and then I know you guys don't have a new plan now, but what's the timeline?
So we don't have a final timeline. It will be in the months ahead. We want to continue to progress it forward, but we will bring it back to community in that process.
Okay. Well, thank you again, and please continue to keep up the community engagement. Continue to incorporate what you're hearing today. Hopefully, you guys can stay for the remainder of the hearing, and always feel free to reach out to our office to make sure that you're talking to the people that's most impacted to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Worrell. We'll now open up for a second round of questions. The first round, sorry, Council President Utsi Louis-Jean, if you'd like to introduce yourself and say, ask your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. I know that I sent in an absence letter because I was unsure that I'd be able to make it, but happy to have been able to make it. While this panel is going, I want to thank my colleague, Councilor Fernandez Anderson, for hosting this hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me an opportunity to speak. And as I was traveling in, was listening to the questions that some of my colleagues were elevating, and just want to uplift some of those questions and issues. I want to highlight, I think that what I heard you saying in response to a question, Mr. Soto, is that this proposal was really in response to a state-issued RFP. And there have been a number of community concerns that have been elevated. I think Councilor Santana mentioned them a little bit when it comes to issues of safety, that and also like that the proposal, the size and scope of the proposal, and you all have internalized that information to really do another look and another dive at what the proposal would look like. You've probably said this already for the record, but is there a timeline when we will have that revised proposal before us?
We don't have a definite timeline, but we are hoping that will be in the months ahead.
Perhaps I didn't hear the full answer when Councilor Weber was talking about how does this fit into the larger ecosystem that we have of helping those who are facing either chronic homelessness. When you think about Long Island, it was for those who were suffering from mental health issues. It was for those who are chronically homeless. It was those who have substance abuse disorders. How does Long Island, and this council has committed alongside the mayor to investing deeply into Long Island as another solution? How would this project fit into Long Island as a plan?
Yes. So, Council President, the request for proposals that we responded to came out in the summer of 2022, and we responded then, well over a year before the announcement was made by the city about the near-term path to the reconstruction of the bridge to Long Island, and that being an asset open to the city use again. And so that is information that we are processing. The magnitude of need for clinical services and housing and homeless services is so great that we see both sites as important elements, and we hope and believe they can and should be complementary assets. And that'll need to be a dialogue with the folks in this room, as well as the mayor and her team, in order to ensure we can achieve that.
Thank you. And on the footprint of the current proposal, there is, and I just heard you state, I think it was, I don't remember whose question it was in response to, that there's, the initial proposal was giving back 3 acres to Franklin Park. Is there thought, what does the green space look like for the development itself, the proposal, like on the site itself? What would green space look like for those who are in who are either long-term housed there or who are there temporarily? What does the green space look within the development itself that isn't relying on Franklin Park or any of the surrounding areas?
Yep. So I will go back one slide since it's still up on the monitor. And Council President, we spoke a bit about, so with the caveat that this is our original proposal and we will be modifying it, so the right side of the diagram will change. But on the left side is the current site, which is largely brick and asphalt. There are only 2.9 acres of green and landscape space and under half an acre of plaza and pedestrian space. The right side is the original site, the original proposal site plan, where we're able to more than double the amount of green, plaza, and pedestrian space on the site, while actually increasing the total scale of services on the site. That's going to be a goal for us as we consider modifications, to still be able to give space back to Franklin Park. And the 2.9 acres that we, or the 3 acres that we would give back, are the very top portion of the diagram on the right side, that would be integrated back and designed with community feedback and input in terms of what site elements would want to see there. For benefits that folks in programs would have, each program has its own private outdoor space, courtyard green space that they can go to for therapeutic purposes, to have some privacy from park goers, to create it as more of a home and a healing environment for them.
Thank you. And I might be at, Mr. Chair, am I at time?
No, you have one more question. Go ahead.
Okay. I want to thank you, Ms. Soto, for that response. I wanted to turn my attention to who I think is, someone who is not only a community leader, but I think also, I know, takes community engagement really seriously. Can you tell me, nice to be here with you, Achina, Mrs. Martin, can you tell me a little bit about how the BMC has readjusted its positioning, or how it's thinking about this project in response to, and I know that we have community members here who are in support of this, who are in support of long-term housing for those who are facing, who have faced chronic homelessness or chronic substance abuse. How has the ideas of BMC, how has it shifted? How have you internalized some of the negative community feedback in how you're thinking about this project?
Thank you, Council President. So I think, as my colleagues have responded, we are making adjustments to size. We've heard the community response to safety, so we're addressing those things. We've also heard the community response to, like, well, what's in it for us? And so I think in the revision, what you'll see are some benefits to the community. So whether that will end up being like programming, I think that, there'll be some of that in it, but we're definitely hearing the community, and we're making the adjustments in what you've seen now, and in the future proposal, I think you'll see more of that as well. And so I don't know if my colleagues want to add more specifics other than the things that we've listed here, but we just want the community to know that in the conversations where we've been able to make sure that we're presenting the truth about what this is and what the process has been, we're also hearing back, and we've heard you. And so I think the counselors and the community members here will be very pleased with what they hear from us coming in the future as the proposal is revised.
Thank you, Trina. One small question, and I know that you aren't the state, and I think that I just want to underline that, but I think part of the frustration that we feel is like everything is happening in Boston when this is a statewide issue. So if you know of proposal, or like the state looking at, heard about facilities in Westboro and other parts of the state that have the capacity and the ability, if you know about any developments happening outside of Boston, those are my questions. Sorry, Mr. Chair. If you know about anything else happening, or we're trying to deal with this regional statewide issue that's not Boston, Boston's doing its share, but in so many ways we do more than other places. And I think that would help alleviate the frustration if we know about what's happening or what's in the work in other areas. I know you're not the state, but if you know, I'd appreciate hearing that.
Yeah, we're not aware and would have to defer to the state and their expertise there.
Thank you, and thank you, Council President. So we'll now go to the second round of questionings. Reminder that this is a shorter round than the previous current question that we just had, but we'll start back at the top with the sponsor, Council Fernandez-Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Everything is happening in Boston, but everything is happening in District 7. That's what's happening. It's not Boston particularly, it's District 7. The Shattuck, the White Stadium, the Blue Hill Avenue Master Plan, Columbus Ave and Tremont. O'Brien, we had to deal with that. And now we have to wait, as the administration is saying, until 2029 for any improvements on the building or any plans. The list goes on and on and on. And I've already shared 80% rental, 54% low affordable housing of all Boston's affordable housing in District 7, Roxbury in particularly, which is right next to the park. And used to be Roxbury and somehow got renamed to Dorchester. And so it's not Boston, it's particularly Black and brown communities. And so you hear the frustration from community, and there's this need. And I heard you, I wanted to echo apologies about the name. I wanted to echo Ms. Eden, thank you, about fear of the unknown. It just so happens that this is something that I'm really familiar with. And so for me, it's not fear of the unknown. And there are no people here saying, no, not in my backyard. That is not the case. People are not squeamish. People are not saying people should not get services. People are supportive. In fact, Black and brown people are always breastfeeding people's babies. We're always taking in people. We're always protecting and taking the brunt of responsibilities for the entire city of Boston. And you all know that. Everyone here knows that. But I digress, and back to my questions. In particularly I'm really interested in wraparound services, really interested in understanding facilities that you're building to actually support wraparound services or holistic trauma-informed models. What facilities exactly are going to be added? And I don't mean the green space.
Yeah, and are you thinking facilities like the design of the buildings or the
Oh,
staffing?
like a Reiki pod, or like a, yoga studio, or what are those? Like you, and we know, right? We know that it's not the drugs that get us to, there are alternative medicine, there are other ways, right? Practices, exercise, healthy eating, and other types of alternative ways that actually support this in a higher scale. So I guess for mental health in particularly, I'm not going to touch the opioid, but what facilities will you be building to make this like a holistic? Because that's what I'm interested in. I want to see a Shattuck or any campus that deals with treatment to be holistic. So can we talk about how is it holistic?
So I think we're kind of in the early parts of, we're sort of, as we work through the modified proposal and figure out what are the levels of care that we can fit that would be on a smaller scale, but that would still create a sort of comprehensive set of services. Once we kind of get the go ahead to move with that, then I think we get to do the fun stuff of thinking about what can we do here that's really innovative that these patients do not have access to in other settings. And I love the ideas you suggested. So we've been starting to visit different facilities. Our coalition partners have a lot of experience with this. I think we're starting to modify our staffing models to make room for people like artists and others who can really bring their expertise. So we're not there yet, I think, and we don't have the chance yet to really build those out, but we're very eager to do so. And I think that would be a great area to really engage the expertise of our city.
You can see where my question is leading, that when it's not holistic, then we have this perpetual issue, right, of more people or relapsing or not being successful in their treatment. And so we saw that with Roundhouse, and we saw, right? And now even with the community process there, with relocating folks, a mess, no fault to your own people that you want to work with community. I want to make that very clear that thus far, extremely cordial, professional, and engaging, and available. I appreciate it. I appreciate you for this. However, I'm saying that not only in service when things get placed in poverty concentrated areas, they also get low quality. Mm-hmm. And so your development has to be high quality in a sense of that it supports the facility itself, not just service, the pop-up service, but the facility itself also complements this holistic ecosystem.
Yeah, we could not agree more. And I think that's also a really strong argument for doing that type of thinking early. I mean, I think the place where we're doing it the most is thinking about, what's the staffing model you need to make sure that you are addressing every single person's mental health condition, not just their substance use disorder. That does not happen in current state. And so we've been really combing through what staff do we need to have actually medical professionals working with mental health professionals, with substance use professionals. What's that staffing model? And actually,
so it's actually an umbrella, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And
working with Mass Health on the rates
and the different level of cares and how you're creating this ecosystem.
Right. And the linguistic and cultural competence to work with the patient population.
Then shouldn't it be the argument then to decentralize? Because isn't that the best practice?
Like smaller programs?
Yeah, not 800, not 500, not 400. Shouldn't it be smaller, and shouldn't it be more holistic?
The current design, I mean, the modified program is not as large as what we proposed initially, and the idea is to break it into smaller units so that they have more of that community feel.
So you're going into that different level of care, and it's decentralized in a way because it's different campuses. Is that?
Yeah, so some of this is in the kind of like design of the building and the units that we've considered, where people will kind of start in a small unit and program and move to the next small unit and program and move to the next and so forth in a like integrated, uninterrupted
I remember
way.
because you said that you want higher quality for people with insurance, right? The problem is we're always giving, poor neighborhoods, crap.
We want, I mean, we are BMC. We want to deliver exceedingly high quality clinical services to folks. And
Speaking of that, the people that will benefit from this are not, 50% of people in District 7 or so they're just, you're not going to discriminate. You're not going to say from here or from there. We can't even do that, right? So what are the amenities and benefits to the current residents in this area?
yeah, but,
Not the green space. Please don't talk about grass anymore. Don't tell me about food forests, and I don't want to eat your eggplants.
Yeah.
I want real amenities in Black communities where we can have higher quality of life.
yeah, so
You don't blame me for proposing that.
no.
Okay.
The catchment area that BMC as a hospital is responsible for, the patients who we provide primary care to, who we see in our emergency department, in our inpatient beds, are principally coming from the South End, Southie, Roxbury, Dorchester, Mattapan, JP, and Russell.
Everywhere in Boston. Great.
The preponderance are also affiliated with a community health center network, Boston Health Net, that we are part of, that is community health centers, primary care sites.
Will you give the
around
community
park.
anything that improves quality of life to help mitigate this, to help make it better? Are you going to do anything else for this area, for District 7?
We think that the access to clinical services that we can create because of that network and because of BMC being.
You named about 7 towns, we're only one.
We're at time, Counselor.
Yeah, there are also employment opportunities, the actual construction of the site, and the redevelopment that we will bring to the area. So there are many things that we believe will be very good.
In this district,
Counselor,
it's
thank
not
you.
a benefit, it's a deficit.
Thank you. Seeing those left, Council Pepen, if you have any further questions.
I do have a question, just one. What will happen if nothing is done with the Shattuck?
Yeah, I would have to defer to the state on that. It's ultimately their site and their land.
Thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Council Pepen. Council Weber?
Okay, thank you, Chair. So what does the science say about how many people can be effectively treated in a space like this? And then also, whether you can have short-term recovery, long-term recovery folks next to each other?
I don't think there's any scientific studies of small versus large programs and whether they work. I think our partners who have a lot of experience running these programs have, I think favor sort of medium-sized programs, like generally pretty small programs, because they feel like it enables a stronger sense of community, closer relationships between clinicians and patients. And so I think what we're really trying to do are emulate those smaller programs, even if we may have a cluster of several of those, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think one of the first webinars or Zoom meetings we had as a community about this, somebody asked, is there a similar size project to the original proposal? And I can't remember whose response was. Someone from BMC, I think, said there's something in Singapore that's of similar size. So, in terms of like where we can look, obviously it's not very reassuring for folks in the community. Is there somewhere else we can look at?
There are large scale programs that only take private insurance or self-pay. Hazelden has a very large scale program, for example. Most of those places are not publishing rigorous reports of their patient outcomes, which make it hard to know But I think it's, I think the modified proposal, I think, does not feel dramatically large. I don't think it's going to feel daunting or corporate, I guess, for our patients. I think we will be able to create something that feels like a normal sized program for our patients.
Okay, and when we talk about mitigation and, I don't know, sharps teams and call boxes and things like, who, in your proposal, who's responsible for that? Is it BMC, the city, the state? What's your plan?
Yeah, so it'll be BMC in collaboration with other entities that are responsible in the park. We'll have to work with the city, with the Parks Department, with the state and the state police, but we will do that coordination work.
I mean, is part, I don't know, Mr. Soto.
Well, and that's in partnership with the primary caretaker stakeholder of the park, but the Franklin Park Coalition, who has been going to bat for the kinds of things for a long time, that we would be joining in that fight with them to make sure that we have, the proper safeguards.
No, yeah, I just asked that in the RFP. I mean, I think it would be a good thing if you include funding for those things and there's estimates. It's not just.
Got it.
There'll be something in the future. We're not sure what it'll be. That should be part of the plan. So in terms of, the cottages there now, like what is your anticipation? To the extent you have any idea, but in the revised plan for them.
So our proposal did not include the cottages. We proposed ending or winding down that program, and that would be up to the state what to do next with them.
Okay, but you wouldn't have control over that. The state could still keep up the cottages, or
not with the site that we laid out. So we would redevelop the site, and we, in our original proposal, told the state that they would need to wind down or relocate the cottages.
Okay, do I get one? I don't know what the time is. So in terms of have you done any analysis about who would be served? And I think Councilor Fernandez Anderson mentioned, people from Boston, people from outside of Boston. Do you know? Are you, if somebody's from Maine and they're looking for services, are you going to send them back to Maine, or how will that work? And then do you know what percentage of people you're expecting will be actually from Boston versus coming in from somewhere else?
That's a great question. I think to your first point, I think our goal would be to work very closely with all the referral or potential referrers all around Boston, right? So community health centers, we've already been starting to meet with outpatient behavioral health programs, community behavioral health centers, hospitals, so who are serving people from this area who are in need of these services. So I think we'd really, form those relationships, form those smooth referral pathways to ensure that our referrals were coming locally. I think it would be very, especially, insurance contracting is a big part of who I think it would be very unusual that we'd ended up being contracted with any out-of-state payers and able to take an out-of-state individual. That would certainly not be our goal.
Okay, am I out? I have
one more.
Oh, okay. In terms of, I guess going back to mitigation, right? Because I first started running for office. I see some people here in the audience who I took a walking tour of Franklin Park. They live right alongside the park in District 6. They're concerned with the needles and impacts on the community. And so, what do you think are the best things that can be done? If your proposal is going forward, what are you going to try to push for to mitigate those effects?
I can speak to the clinical campus, and then I'll pass it to Rob for the housing. But I think the clinical campus is a pretty tightly controlled ecosystem. Like these are pretty structured levels of care where individuals have very limited time for kind of free time out and about. And the buildings in current state are designed so they have courtyards so that outdoor time is still kind of on the campus within the treatment facility. So I think we do not anticipate a lot of additional needles or park traffic related to the clinical services buildings. But I'll pass to Rob for the housing.
Yeah, and I think overall for the site will be a robust public safety presence and public safety plan that we will execute against. That will be us with our partner organizations like Pine Street Inn that have extensive experience in operating the facilities. We also, reduced scale is going to reduce the impact and some of the concerns that we've heard about neighborhood stress. We want the park to be an inviting place.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Weber. I do want to be mindful. I know some folks had a time constraint. So I'll try and finish up, but just wanted to remind you in case you lost track of time as well.
5 minutes.
Councilor Santana.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With your permission, I would like to grant my time to the district councilor and the lead sponsor on this, with your permission.
Granted. We'll save you for back at the end then. Is that all right? Right. Council Mejia?
Okay. I feel like I'm in a telenovela. There's always, I don't know if you ever watched those Latino novelas, so dramatic. There's always a villain in those novelas.
There's no villain here.
So, because in many ways it feels like, you know, you are here taking the stand and you're taking the hit and you're here representing, and we appreciate that. Not to say that you are the villain, I'm not saying that. But I think that we as humans have a way of just trying to figure out who are the people that we're going to be mad at. And so I just want to acknowledge that. I know that you guys are getting a lot of heat. And I can say that because I know what it's like to be on the receiving end of that heat. And so I just want to acknowledge that it is not easy because you're trying to do the right thing, right? And doing the right thing sometimes is hard for everyone to grapple with. And so I guess my question is, as you continue to navigate these very difficult conversations, at what point are you really going to say, this is what it is, and this is all that it can be, and we're going to move forward with it, or not? Like, where are we in that?
I think we're in the process of trying to incorporate feedback and being in a position where we can bring back and talk through modifications and a modified plan with community stakeholders. We recognize folks here are here because they're passionate and because they believe in what they're speaking about. And we really respect and appreciate that. So we'll try and honor that as we are considering modifications and how to carry it forward.
We also fully expect that this will be also going through the Article 80 process, which is another layer, another continuation of the conversation. So it would be, I guess, to directly to your point, it would, I guess, that moment would arrive once we complete that process.
Yeah, because what I have seen here in the short period of time that I've been in this seat is that people are always feeling like things are being done to them without them, right? And so each phase is going to give people an opportunity to speak. But I'd like to hear from you all. Is there a scenario in which you all are prepared to say the community has spoken, there is adverse reaction, a resistance, and you'll say we can't in good faith move forward? Because what I don't want is to set people up for an unmet expectation, right? And so here we are having a hearing. Here we are creating space for community to be heard. But sometimes people feel like it doesn't really matter how loud we scream, people aren't listening to us. Is there a scenario in which community voice could influence you all otherwise, just out of curiosity?
So I would just sort of, from the premise of the question, I wouldn't presuppose that it's all oppositional, right? Like, I think there are a lot of people who are very supportive, who actually want to see more housing, that actually want to see more services on the site. And so we want to hear everybody out throughout this process till the very end.
Right.
I was just going to add, we are here and we responded to the RFP because of the need that we saw in the community. Like, we are BMC, so we saw that there was a significant need, which prompted us to respond to this RFP. I think as we continue to have community conversations, it's evolving. I think you guys have seen it evolve. We heard your request for holistic services. I think if we look at what we did in Brockton and we use that as an example in terms of who we hired, how we built, like, it is a state-of-the-art facility, because we know our people deserve, they deserve excellence as well. And so we're evolving and proceeding with all of these things. And I agree with my colleague that like not all of the responses have been negative. They agree with us that this is a need, but we're also including the folks in the surrounding areas who live in that area of the park.
And that's why I asked the question, because I think it's important for those who are tuning in and are paying attention, that there are so many different stakeholders and there's so many different levels of understanding of what is at play. And I think that these opportunities give you all an opportunity to get things on the record. And I also want to just commend the sponsor of this hearing, because normally when you have hearings, it's always stacked with all of the people who are on one side or another. In this particular case, we're going to hear from people from both sides. And I think that that is really key in terms of decision making. And I'm glad that you all are participating in that discourse. So I just want to say thank you to you, both the chair and the sponsor, for being super intentional about creating space for all voices to be heard in this platform.
Thank you, Council Mejia. Council Morell.
Thank you, Chair. I understand this is a regional problem, and Boston is definitely playing its role. And you said that you had conversations with community health centers and other providers that provide similar services. Just to get a kind of understanding of those conversations, can you talk to like how many of those service providers were providing residents? How many residents were Boston residents that were receiving those type of services from those community centers?
So we've started to speak specifically with community health centers like Common Square, Mattapan Health Center, really to introduce the project, kind of get their early feedback, and then really start a dialogue where we'd be developing shared clinical programs, referral pathways, et cetera. So I think that, what we would really like to do is have our services be, a continuation and a real extension of what they offer and really serve the individuals they're seeing.
Right. Yeah, and I think one of the concerns I do have is, and I think some of my other colleagues have mentioned this, is that this is a regional problem, and a lot of people are saying like we're taking like one of the largest sites in the state on. How many of them are serving Boston? How much of this will be serving Boston residents?
Yeah, I think we've heard that concern too. And I think by building really concerted, strong relationships with local care providers, then we can really help prevent that from being a problem.
All right. And if possible, whatever time I do have left, I'll cede it over to Council Fernandez.
She's going to have the rest of the day. Let's go. Thank you, Council Morell. Council Louis-Jean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to thank all of my colleagues for asking great questions. I'm eager to get to the next two panels and realize that I'm on different kind of time constraints. I can imagine that others are on different kind of time constraints. So I just want to thank you for being also listening and hearing and internalizing community. And I also just want to thank you because I oftentimes think, and I struggle with this, especially for our hospitals who are here in the city of Boston, that we expect the most from those who care for the least among us. And I often feel that way for Boston Medical Center, even when I'm sort of chiding you, even when we're going back and forth on an issue, even when we don't agree, that we expect so much from you as an institution in a way that we don't expect from our other. So you really are centered in community. And so I just want to say thank you. You cared for my grandfather, may he rest in peace, when he was not well, when others turned him away. And I just want to thank you for that, because these conversations are very difficult. How we figure out how we care for the least among us is very difficult. And BMC is often there and often centered in that work, hearing the criticism from me as an elected official, from others, and from community. So I just wanted to say thank you. And I want to make sure that we can get to the next panels. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councilor Jen. Before we go over to Councilor Fernandez, and my 2 cents, I do want to echo what Councilor Weber said about having the programmatic and financial foresight of what could happen in a worst case scenario, right? If things, so I do believe in that, the management of that ahead of time will be good, because there could come a moment where you guys will have to step up more to mitigate certain impacts, right? And so the fact that you guys please have that in your foresight. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, you want to take us home?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councilor Santana and Councilor Morell. And Councilor Mejia, actually, that is credit to the chair who, of course, I was thinking that BMC is on one side and then the community was on the other. And he said, well, there's a middle. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for that. In terms of, when we're talking about, and I just wanted to bring context because I don't want to go into questions because we don't have much time. We're going to go to the next panel, and I know that you guys are going to stay to listen, and I appreciate that. In terms of District 7, the context here is that it's the most disenfranchised district, and now second in terms of investments to Councilor Orell's district, which includes Mattapan. And so when you're thinking about when an administration comes in that wants to do things and wants to do things fast, or responses to RFPs that creates or renovates facilities like the Shattuck, then because of the historic deficits, there's so much to be done. And so, of course, then all of these agendas will come our way. And then you hear things like, don't you want something to happen? Don't you want renovation? Don't you want housing for poor people? Hey, and then this is people talking to the most vulnerable community. Hey, vulnerable people, don't you care about poverty? Don't you care about service, treatment? And that's heartbreaking. That's heartbreaking because historic harms or redressing historic harms should look opposite. Equity would mean that you come in and you invest more than you have in the past, because now this district has to catch up. Not that you come in with this, sort of, and I'm not saying you're saying this, I'm saying that for the people watching, the district or the community or the residents there should not be gaslit to feel that they don't care about housing because nothing's gonna happen if BMC doesn't come and save the day. That's not the case, right? That's not the case. People want treatment for people. And I've been very clear that I really want to see a beautiful, high quality, holistic facilities or that creates this ecosystem, this campus for treatment. And we should be intentional. We should be transparent. We should be transformative in how we do that. I really care about this. I work for DMH. I work with someone in the audience in the past in doing these services. And I really want to see that for this community. But in particularly, if you're going to put in District 7, the most historically disenfranchised district in Boston, then give quality. And then also think about how that impacts the residents already there. This means that you're thinking about community benefits. I can't speak for the at-large counselors. I'll let them tackle the other hospitals. I'll let them in their own time and agenda to go after the other hospitals. But you're in District 7. So I'm gonna talk to you, and I'm gonna be asking you, hey, where can you offer benefits, amenities, quality of life, improvement quality of life? The issue is that if we continue to densely populating poverty and service and nonprofit, things that don't contribute to our economy, what we are doing is perpetuating systemic racism. And we do that because we're not actually investing in social determinants of health in a preventative way. What we do is we come back to the vulnerable community and we say, don't you care about this pain that we caused, that we now are putting here in your district? And so that doesn't actually address social determinants of health. That's the Band-Aid approach. That's the Western medicine thing, right? We just sort of, treat it. We don't cure the disease. The disease here is that systemically, this is a racist structure that has disinvested our district. And when you bring the service to a place, bring it small and bring it quality, and make sure, again, right? Not quantity, quality, and make sure that it's more intentional. I just wanted to leave you with that, and I hope you receive it well, and I look forward to continuing to talk with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ms. Anderson. Panel, thank you very much for coming. You may now be released. I appreciate you guys all.
Thank you, Councilor.
We will
Don't
take.
go nowhere. You're not going anywhere. Are you staying here?
Oh, they're going to
You're
stay. We need the seats,
Oh,
though.
thank you.
You're right here.
We're going to
so
bring
much.
down
your
the
shoulder.
second panel. We'll do a 5-minute recess just for folks who need to go do whatever they got to do. But please come back, and we'll be much stricter with the times going forward on the next two panels.
Hey, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so I guess I'll talk while they're on a break. I wasn't listening to hear how long their break was going to be. Can you just let me know in the comments that you can hear me? We the people need our thoughts heard and demands granted. Mattapan all day. Just let me know in the comments that you can hear me, because I don't want to like start talking if I don't know that you can hear me. I'm gonna mute the YouTube for a second. And come over here. Okay, so I'm trying to change the video view. Okay, so I guess I'll talk while they're on break, and then when it comes back, I'll just put it back on. So in the comments, I'm seeing we need a huge holistic healing building. Yeah, that's my perspective too. We can't really actually tackle the problem of addiction until we are tackling the entire problem. So we need a holistic healing treatment center. The problem is that the government's never going to give us that. So for something like that to happen, we would really need to organize as a people and do it ourselves. Not only is the government never going to provide a holistic treatment center, but government insurance is never going to cover holistic treatment, because once somebody is fully recovered and fully healed, they are no longer a consumer of the medical industry, big pharma, whatever you want to classify the establishment as. The idea is now, and always has been since they brought the drugs in the 80s, 70s, 90s, whenever, was to, and is to create lifelong consumers. So just like they do with other things that they administer to children in the hospitals, they do it with the street drugs. They brought the street drugs in, they got the people addicted, and those who don't die of overdose are just getting addicted to controlled substances. So, even when you go into a treatment facility and you detox off of heroin or meth or crack or whatever it is that you're doing in the street, you're only getting put on another medication, another drug. So the next step is always Suboxone or methadone. And that's not the answer. Suboxone or methadone are just replacements for the street drugs. So, you're no longer buying it from a drug dealer. Now you're buying it from, or you're getting it from a doctor who is a licensed drug dealer for Big Pharma. That's the point, is to make you a consumer of their establishment rather than whoever's dealing the drugs on the streets, right? So, Suboxone and methadone maintenance period is not the solution. It's a Band-Aid. And it technically is not even a Band-Aid, because if you've ever seen somebody while they're on Suboxone or methadone, they have the same effects as being on heroin or fentanyl. So, it's hard to tell for somebody who can't actually tell that somebody is on Suboxone or methadone versus the actual street drugs. So, it's not the answer. We need holistic treatment. We're never going to get that from the government. We're never going to get anything that we need from the government, which is why we need to stop begging the government to do things for us and begging the government to help us. They're not here to help. And anytime the government says we're here to help, it needs to raise a major red flag to anybody listening to say, run in the other direction. This facility, this Shattuck development, they call it a development. I'm calling it a facility because, basically it's meant to be like a detox on one end and then a housing situation for people in recovery on the other end. Anybody who's ever dealt with recovery knows that you can't get well in the same environment you got sick. If you have people in active addiction on, one end of the block, and then at the other end, people are supposed to be in recovery. It just doesn't work. It's not going to work. It's going to be a bigger, more centralized, more controlled version of Mass and Cass, just, a mile or two down the road. So the people in the community don't want it. At large, nobody wants it. Nobody that actually lives there wants it. The people who show up to advocate for it are typically people who don't live in the area, people who don't live around Franklin Park, some people who don't even live in Boston, period. We saw that at the in-person meeting that we went to a couple weeks ago that State Representative Sam Montano was holding with City Councilor Ben Weber and Senator Liz Miranda. We saw and people who don't even live in Boston saying that, this is a major, progressive big move for homelessness and addiction. But it's not. It's just a major move to get everything into one centralized, controlled location that will kind of take focus off of Mass and Cass, or maybe bring the Mass and Cass residents, community, the people living on the street around Mass and Cass, bring them over to Franklin Park. That's what it's going to do. So nobody wins here, because it's not going to be helpful for homeless people or for people in active addiction. It's not going to be helpful for the people in the community that now have to deal with even more drug trafficking and crime and homeless people in their area. Because then what happens when somebody breaks the rules in some way and gets kicked out of this facility? Where do they go? How long are people going to be housed here? I'm sure that's in the plan somewhere, what the housing plan is. But it's not sustainable. It's not realistic. And then there's the aspect of, if all of our hospitals and clinics are understaffed as it is, and have been understaffed since 2020, 2021, places were already understaffed before the pandemic. And then add in vaccine mandates and people dropping like flies because they got the jab, and people leaving their jobs or getting fired because they didn't get the jab. Medical facilities are severely understaffed. So how are they planning on staffing this place? Are they bringing people in from other states? And then if you look at the RFP, it's like, I don't even remember how many pages. I want to say like 70 something pages of this proposal. And there's so much information about how all of these BMC experts have worked on this plan. And if these, like, people who have been in the field for 25 years, medical professionals and treatment experts and professionals and blah, 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 if these people are such experts and such professionals in the field of treatment and recovery, then why is the addiction problem only getting worse? They can't be that good at their jobs if they've been in the field for 25 years and they've done nothing to even make progress on ending the opioid crisis, or whatever you want to call it. We've made no progress. It's getting worse. Overdose numbers underserved on resources. And it's a recipe for disaster. It's going to help nobody involved but the people profiting from it and Big Pharma. Let me look at these comments. Thank you. If that's about me, thank you. Or I don't know if that's about somebody that was in the hearing. I wasn't tuned into the hearing during the last couple minutes of it before they were on a break. I got a phone call. what is the solution? We can talk about this all day, but what is the solution? The solution is holistic healing, and it's not going to come from the government. So that's another thing where we can even talk about what the solution is all day. But if we don't have the money to make it happen, which I know that I don't, I know that I have people that are in active addiction in my family right now, people that are very close to me, and there's nothing that I can do to help them get out of it. You know, holistic treatment is the solution. And as you know, where I'm at right now, and as far as I've seen, I don't see a way to obtain any holistic treatment. Like, unless somebody has a building where they want to start providing this treatment for free, the government's not going to put any money toward holistic treatment. There are ways to detox without the use of chemicals and, putting more harmful things into our bodies. And that's the only way to get somebody truly clean, is to get them off of all pharmaceutical drugs. It's the only way. Because if you're taking a drug to get off of a drug and maintaining that way, then relapse is probably a high probability in your life, because all it takes is one bad moment or one bad day to put somebody into a relapse. And I've seen it happen over and over and over again with family members and friends. And the only person that can control their path is the person. Other people can't make it happen for them. So, as far as getting off the street, I do advocate for Section 35s, for government Section 35s, because I see that as the only reasonable option to get the people off the street. I don't like the thought, the idea, and the execution process of Section 35s violating somebody's rights, their bodily autonomy. But at the same time, it's like, this is a life or death situation, way more than, the jabs and the virus and all of that. And they were violating our rights for all of that. So, why shouldn't we pick up these people off the streets and at least get them into a clear state of mind where they can make a rational decision? Because there are not very many people who like to live on the streets, who like to live in a tent in the city, where crime is running rampant. We don't even hear about half of the crime that goes on in the streets, because the politicians try to keep it under wraps. They don't want people to know how bad it is here. There was a serial killer there at some point in 2022 or 2023. People were just showing up dead in dumpsters or dismembered, and it wasn't in the news. People weren't talking about it because people didn't know about it. You only knew if you actually went down there and talked to the people. And when the media goes down to Mass and Cass to talk to those people, the people working there that are basically with the government, even though, their organization is non-governmental, they will not let the media really get close to these people or talk to them. I've gone down there. I've interviewed people, I've talked to people. Other people have come with me. We've talked to people. And like I said, I have family members who have lived down there. And there's many things that go on down there that the public at large is not aware of, because the media is not allowed to cover it, because it makes the establishment bad. Okay, the hearing is back, so I'm going to shut up now.
We're supportive of the delivery of services in our community in the way that everybody else deserves it. We think that this process has turned on its head as we are seeing more and more of revision of what is basic city advocacy development process, where there's rules for the city and then there's rules for Roxbury. And it is important to note that, because I think for example, there's been much conversation about the role of Franklin Park Coalition. It is actually Franklin Park Board. What I think is missed in this is not an event. This is a development process. And it's a development process where under our city rules, abutters have priority. It is not that it's dismissing the position of Franklin Park Coalition, but they have been dismissed in this process for the benefit of the abutters. Like Mr. Elisa lives across the street. I live on the side on the American Legion Highway, one block over, right? That's a legal right that we have, completely dismissed. And so when the presenters talked about the community meetings, we organized those. We had them right on American Legion Highway across the street. The Brooks School is there. What those children are viewing every day is open sexual intercourse all day, every day. The dealings that's going on. You all ask all the right questions, all of the right questions. No police have been engaged in this process. We talked to them. We talked to E13. Our organizations are the only ones who've been talking to them. So when you ask the question about jurisdiction, that's important. The most important, not much of this conversation in the presentation that you heard was about the delivery of service. How ironic that this whole discussion is about centralizing substance abuse delivery for, to be clear, 851 units. There's all kind of skating on a site that we deinstitutionalized mental health services, because that's no longer how we practice the delivery in this country. In this country, there is no other model. There is no other model. And we are tired of being the guinea pigs. What we have done is gone out and put together a coalition that really looks different from most of the coalitions in this city, because they tend to be fractured. So much of the conflict in Boston is about race. We are proud to say that we have a huge coalition of people from JP, from Dorchester, white people, let me just say it out loud, right? Who are standing there and working with us on a unified issue. And so we don't want that to get twisted either. We're standing here together. We have compiled our own set of experts. You're gonna hear from the most well-respected substance abuse recovery expert in our community, who has been at this for 40 years, at one time operated the only 2 in-service, in-house Black women. We had one for black men. We had a Latino house for Latino males. Why? Because our substance abuse delivery is done differently. There's no theoretical support for the idea of putting all the substance abusers in one place. Active users, and by the way, their families. Every time we go to a meeting, we ask people, we ask the president of BMC, you moving your children there? You coming from Brookline? You coming from Duxbury? You moving your children into an addiction village? This whole concept, which we didn't spend enough time discussing, is absolutely crazy. They have convinced a whole number of people that this is about supportive housing for immigrants. I saw one of the people who was on the list to testify, and I called him and I said, I see you're testifying. What are you going to say? He said, I'm going to testify about supporting supportive housing for immigrants. It's offensive to us because the proponents went out and recruited Black people from Melrose, from Everett, because, for us, any old Black face will do, right? To come here and tell you they support immigrant housing, that's not what this is. It's not what it is. We all support housing. Of course we support housing. The question about the reach, the jurisdiction, it's in the proposal, 20 miles. 20 miles is the scope from which the potential residents will come. And you know why that's a problem for us? Because the very path to addiction recovery is very regimented, and Black and brown people aren't in it. They're not in it. And so everybody keeps saying, trust me. I know that's not what 100% of the residents of those cottages that Charlie Baker dropped on us before he walked out the door, 100% were white people. That's not to say we're opposed to addiction recovery for white people, but to the extent that this is being sold as something that's going to help Boston residents. Council President, you asked this, you are absolutely right. The process will not result in, unless they're changing it, but we haven't seen anything different. Why? Because yes, we've been doing those meetings. Yes, we have. We had a meeting August 1st. There were almost 200 people there wearing masks. It's actually the meeting I caught COVID for the first time, right? And I know it because it's the only time I was outside that week. We had another meeting October 23rd at the Brooks School. Almost 300 people were there. We actually broke down the Zoom because we couldn't handle any more folks, and we had almost 200 people in the audience. That's how concerned they are. We asked lots of questions. Can I tell you, we haven't gotten an answer to a single one of them? So that whole community engagement process that you just heard laid out, I don't know what they're talking about. We've not gotten an answer to one of the questions. So we keep coming to hear this. And it's so important that we hear it in front of you. And I asked Councilor Flynn, I said, make sure you stay, because I wanted him to hear this point, because I know how protective and how organized that the Southern community is. And we respect them. We know that you would not allow them to come and bring elected officials. My counselor's not going to South Boston and going to have a better say than you. She shouldn't. She shouldn't. How in the hell are we going to meetings about this at English High School? Because the adjoining rep, and this whole thing is, it doesn't have to be, we want to see service delivered, especially to the many Black and Latino men and women who are living up and down the streets of Blue Hill Avenue, in the storefronts in Grove Hall, in the storefronts of Nubian Square. They've been there. They were never part of Mass and Cass. There was never a press conference where the mayor announced they were doing $5 million or whatever for the people that are lingering all up and down the streets in our community. They're still there. And those kids that come out of that school, that Brooks School, on a daily basis, you wouldn't want your children to see what they see every day. And guess what? There are not enough police. This is not a bash of police. There are not enough of police for us to manage that. It's constant. The drops, the bags of drugs that get left in the park, and we wait and we watch for the person who ordered it, and they come pick it up, and we're calling, and maybe 30 minutes later, this is not our thinking. We have it on video. We have pictures of it, right? This is not what we think is happening. I had the privilege of spending the day in the hospital with Dr. Jean McGuire the day after she was assaulted and almost killed in the park. We're sitting here today from October 2022, and no one has ever been arrested for that assault that almost killed her. This is the reality. So the questions that you ask about safety are so important, but there isn't a plan. I heard some stuff today, sounds good, never heard it before. The auditor, and I'm gonna wrap, the state auditor right now is investigating this whole process, because we've never had a process where DCAM put out an RFP, which is very specific about size, and someone responds with a proposal that's 7 times the maximum size laid out in the RFP. It was this community, this united front, that went at them, that went at the Secretary of Health and Human Services at those meetings and the letter writings and meeting with the state, and forced them to explain themselves, and they couldn't, which is why it's back on they had to go back to the drawing board. You're absolutely right, they should. We'd love to see it. Look, Mayor Curley sold that space, and everybody knows that. So we talk about the history, we start in 1950, like that's where it started. He sold it out of Park. The crown jewel of the Olmsted necklace. That's what that is. Now they're proposing a soccer stadium that's going to shut down traffic on one end, an animal hospital. Did you all know that the city of Boston is proposing to build an animal hospital now in Franklin Park? And now at 850 unit, maybe it's going to be 400. It's still too much because it's the wrong place. You asked the question about where else, we asked the state. You've got 12 empty military sites. You've got 15 empty hospitals. Have you looked at any of them? They said no. So you're going to hear, I think, the facts and what you need to hear about this, because this is just wrong. It's the wrong place. Today is the first time we've ever heard that there was city officials actually involved, because guess what? They've been hiding. So now we know we got to go talk to Sheila Dillon and Dr. Ojukutu and who else did you, and Mr. Firestone, because of course he knows all there is to know about Roxbury, Dorchester, and Franklin Park. Give me a break.
Thank you, Senator.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No, I appreciate it. For procedural purposes, do I know, just so how this panel is going to act, are we just going to go down the line? Are each of you going to have something to say? Is that it? I just want to make sure there's a presentation.
This is our expert.
Great. No, I just want to be I just want to be mindful of time too as you guys go. So if we're just going to go in order, that's fine. But on to the next, please introduce yourself and present. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Leah Randolph. I want to first thank you for hosting this. I think it's really important for us to have an open, transparent conversation where that includes legislators, includes community, and it includes Boston Medical Center, where we can ask questions and hear the answers or the non-answers. I am a person in long-term recovery. I've been in recovery for 35 years. I have run residential programs, outpatient programs, developed programs in our community for 2 decades. The first program that I ran was called First Incorporated, for those who know the history of residential program and outpatient program in Boston, in Roxbury, for specifically people of African ancestry. Out of those 5 programs that we had a residential program for women, a residential program for women and children, a residential program for men, a residential program for Hispanic men, and an outpatient program. 85% of people who went through those programs because they were living in the community were successful. The programs were all small-based, holistic approached programs that were culturally specific, culturally inclusive to the people that live in the communities. And we know for a fact, I know that someone asked a question to Boston Medical Center, and Dr. Pace said that it didn't exist. No, it does. It has. It doesn't today, but it has existed.
That's right.
And people have gone on and moved on in their lives, like me and other folks, to become doctors and lawyers and program developers, and have been able to do the work and continue to do the work. As Senator Wilkerson said, we are not opposed to treatment. How could I be opposed to treatment? That doesn't even make sense. We are not opposed to treatment, but we are opposed to the systemic racism that exists within the systems. And that's why we are seeing the astronomical numbers of Black people that are dying in Massachusetts, in our communities, as compared to the rest of the country. Massachusetts is number 4 on the list, being one of the smallest states, number 4 on the list for the number of Black people that are dying from substance use disorder. There's a problem with that. One of the problems is because we do not have one culturally specific program that really looks at and deals with the culturalisms and the needs of people in our community. I went on to get my bachelor's degree from UMass Boston. I got my master's degree from Cambridge College. I sit on the state board for substance abuse counselors. I also have my own mental health and behavioral health program in Dorchester, where we service over 300 children. We also have a second program in Lynn. It's called Commonwealth Mental Health and Wellness Program. And we work on the wellness and the health and the healing of the people in the communities that we serve. What's important is that people from the communities are working in these programs, because there's a trust factor that absolutely does exist. And we all know why. I don't have to say it again. There's a trust factor that exists because when I worked in places, I did work at Boston Medical Center in the emergency department. And what I saw in Project Assert, as we were building our clinic, and what I saw was a lot of folks that were not from our communities coming in and their parents insisting that we place their kid in treatment. And when we would call to place, if we had a Black person, excuse me, that was 45 years old, and we had a white person that was 21 years old, guess who got the bed? And so that's a problem that we've been facing, and that's why we're seeing the numbers that are dwindling in terms of access to service for people from our communities. It is important that we understand that the exposure of having people who are working towards recovery in the same site with people who have no oversight, it's a conflict of interest. And what happens is that when people are struggling every single day to be able to just get up and tell themselves that I can't use today no matter what. And then they go outside of the treatment facility where they're staying, and there are people out there that are using and that are not supervised. It becomes a challenge for them in their hearts, in their spirit, to be able to move forward and to be able to continue with their treatment. And so we have to look at what services are going to be rendered to our community, and how are we looking at the modalities. The modalities have to be separated. They cannot all be in one place in order for people to move forward. Is that my time? My time is up?
I just want to make sure we can get to everybody.
Okay.
Else. It's okay. But thank
All
you.
right, I just want to just make sure that the point is understood, that we have had services that have been successful, that there have to be a smaller model, that modalities cannot be mixed, and that we have to address the systemic racism, and that communities of color have to be the providers of the services to people that live in the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sir.
Thank you. Good morning.
Just please introduce yourself, that's all.
Yes. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to share a new factual version of the very important and horrifying situation. My name is Louis Salisa. I'm president of the Garrison Trotter Neighborhood Association, an organization that has existed now for the past 45 years in the city of Boston, contiguously. In addition, I am a founding member of the Franklin Park Coalition, and for the past 45 years have continued to work to be a member. And to be a part of the coalition, I represent an organization, Garrison Trotter, which has been a part of it, as well as Prince Paul Masons and others. In addition, I'm a 7-year survivor of a horrendous process to destroy Franklin Park community as a member of the Community Advisory Board. From the very beginning, for 7 years, I've been a part of the advisory board that was supposedly working to look at this process to see how it could be affected. And I'm also a former clinic administrator of a drug treatment facility, Blue Avenue Drug Treatment Facility, methadone program in the 70s under BCH. I'm here today because I'm on a mission to bring closure and clarity to a travesty of cultural, environmental, and racial injustice. The BMC proposal should have begun with the words, "once upon a time," because it's a fable. This meeting should never have taken place because it never should have happened in the beginning. This is because it was ill-informed and poorly conceived. The DCAM process was irregular, unsound, and uninformed. It was exclusionary, and it was dominated by providers. I'm saying this to you as a 50-year employee of the state, federal government, 35 years in state government, 25 of those years as administrator doing contracts and grants administration. The whole process was ill-informed. The proposal before the committee should never have been accepted by DCAM as a violation for services. More importantly, it has little or nothing to do with increasing the health and human services needs of the citizens of Boston. I want you to keep that in mind. BMC proposal addresses little of the needs of the residents of Boston, but speaks broadly to the original needs, health needs, and concerns of the Commonwealth, which can and should be managed in an environment which is not in the midst of the most challenged environmental justice community in the whole Commonwealth. In the whole state, there's no place more challenged in terms of environmental justice than the area in which they now want to drop this process. There are so many more locations which are more suitable in size and scope. The BMC proposal is non-responsive to the RFP because it calls for placement of buildings and individuals far above the scope identified in the body of the RFP. And I know this because I was a part of that process. And the visioning plan, which I worked on, which they were directed to consult and follow. That's what the RFP does. Everybody who does contracting, those who've worked in any form of government knows that when you send out RFP, these are the regulations and guidelines you follow. While BMC speaks to expand its physical and fiscal empire at the cost of dependent individuals in the mental and medical community, they have turned a blind eye to the surrounding communities in which their experimentation might take place. The process was flawed from the beginning. The proposal and does not address, and its elements does not address or provide real support or assistance to the residents of the city of Boston. BMC, while a world-class institution, remains completely tone-deaf, ignorant, and insensitive to the communities and residents that are suffering right outside their front door. The vast majority of the population of BMC desires to assist far outside the boundaries of Boston's communities and neighborhoods that would be impacted by the proposed structures, which have no parallel anywhere in this nation. Nowhere else does, in this country, does a project of this nature exist, or should it? I urge my learned leaders in political positions to take the time to read the voluminous proposal presented by BMC. Understand how very little of what they propose is of real value to the residents of Boston, and especially the communities around the proposed site. Do not let the environmental justice community of Boston continue to live as a Peachtree dish or a live experiment for an institution in search of an empire to build. I want you to know, discussion about proposal and modification and changes that they keep talking about is not doable. The RFP, DCAM's RFP, regulations on page 66, says no changes can be made to proposal once submitted and open without express permission of the DCAM commissioner. And I don't believe that that has taken place because we've heard or seen nothing about it. I want you to look at what they're proposing, how they're proposing. I want you to take in consideration that they come before you with a process that was flawed from the beginning. They purposely, DCAM, excluded Roxbury, Dorchester, and Mattapan from the process. They purposely turned the face of the park that I've been facing for 52 years towards a direction and said, we only have to respond to the community of Jamaica Plain. They purposely ignored Harvest Street Community Health Center, Dimmock Community Health Center, Prince Hall Masons, the other churches, and they did nothing. Now that BMC has a proposal and they say you want to do some outreach and talk to people, okay, but that's past the point where we should be. This proposal should have never come this far. You will have to take up with the others here as to the actual working of this process. As a former clinic administrator, as a former contracts administrator, but as a former police officer, I can tell you as a planner, city planner, architect, you cannot put people with challenges in a cul-de-sac where there's no human contact on a regular basis for more than a half a mile and say that it's a workable clinical environment for change. You can't just throw housing anywhere. And you don't want to put your children in a place for supportive housing that you wouldn't want to live.
Thank you, Mr. Elisa. Thank you. Sir.
Thank you, councilors. So I'm Rory Coffey. I'm on the steering committee of the Stony Brook Neighborhood Association. I'm also one of the founders of CORES, the group that's, a congregate of, different races, different areas of the park, people that are in recovery, people that are, part of the services. We are a group of, last count was about 500 people. We may be up to about 1,000 now of people that think BMC's proposal. We keep on speaking about how it's the same beds are there, it's the same services are there. Not much has changed, and we're doing the same thing. Well, I can tell you right now, there's a big change in Franklin Park, especially when they started moving the residential units. I'm talking about residential units that don't have sobriety requirements, these are the supportive housing units. Right? If you look through the proposal, these do not have sobriety nor treatment requirements. It's a massive amount. So they moved 54 there in 2021. And not long thereafter, I was taking my son to walk in the park. I live near William Street entrance there. And he sees in the distance, he sees 3 people laying in the grass. He starts yelling, "Sleep, sleep." He runs towards that. I pull him back home, right? I go back there the next day. There are a dozen needles mixed in with toys, blood-filled needles. There's no way my 2-year-old at the time would have been able to tell the difference between the toy and the needle. So that really started me on this journey of really documenting what's going on in the park, what may happen in the future. But not only that, cleaning up the park. I spent endless hours cleaning up that park. I've cleaned out hundreds and hundreds of needles since those 54. Not only that, on the other side, I think I've gone to service to people to actively using in the park that wasn't really occurring before these residential units went in, right? So I've been working on both sides here. I've been, Josh Cuddy isn't there anymore. I was regularly in contact with Josh Cuddy. Hey, there's someone out there. Can you get services to them? It's always very difficult getting services to people in that park. Right? Needless to say, there are impacts happening now with the 54.
Right.
We're looking at an expansion in the proposal to 520, or it's 405 supportive housing units, 120 low threshold units, so 525 residential units, plus another 30 that are behavioral respite units that are very similar to those beds. So we're looking at a massive increase. And for them to say that there's not going to be an increase in needles or impact the area seems absurd to me. Absolutely absurd. It just shows how little vision they have for what this could be doing to the community, and the fact that there still isn't a safety plan. Still, to this day, there is not a safety plan. This should be first, not last, right? We should be thinking safety first. We should be thinking about the surrounding community first, right? And impacts to the community. District 7, thinking about impacts to District 7 first, right? Before we're thinking about moving people from 20 miles out into this community to have further impacts.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Appreciate it. Mr. Evans?
Sure. Hello? Okay. My name is Derek Evans. I live on Wakulla Street in Roxbury. For a long time, since the middle 1990s, I have been a community development and what's now called climate justice practitioner, not just advocate, here in Boston on Wakulla Street and in my native state, coastal Mississippi. First, I want to thank everyone for being here, for having us here. I think we can all agree that everyone is in this room now because they do care. They care about people. They care about people's suffering, and they care about community. Sometimes we care more than we know how to care. And we need to align those a little bit better. And I don't want to disparage. I don't want to overly critique or dissuade people from continued engagement in a more caring and competent process and results. But I should start by saying that no one here would choose a life mate or a career, if they had a choice, or even what to eat, simply based on what's available. Right? There's a lot more criteria than the state putting out an RFP. Also, no such decision will ever work well or is likely to work well if the feedback is solicited based upon your questions, right? Your plan, and not the community or the family or the spouse or the what have you, right? Their needs, wants, and capacity to help. So far as feedback on what would be the largest such campus in North America, thank you whoever asked about that from the council. There is no study, or it was asked, and there's currently no study of the efficacy of such a concentration here. There's also, Councilor Flynn, no emergency response plan or an ability to name the partners that would be required to get that going sooner than later. There's also no accounting for what else is going just within Franklin Park. Why that we're waiting to see a parking plan. What impact would these two major concurrent changes to Franklin Park have upon one another, in addition to the surrounding community? There's been no accounting, Councilor Weber, for the state's environmental justice map. And I mention Councilor Weber because he chairs this body's Environmental Justice Committee. There's no accounting for the fact that just across the street, well, across a dangerous thoroughfare, lies the temptation of the vast and sprawling Forest Hill Cemetery. There's no accounting for that this is not merely green space. This is Frederick Law Olmsted green space that any community on this planet, they would wish they had. So I hope when we say green space, we say Olmsted green space, because we have inherited that. I want to say that qualitatively, and even anecdotally, as far as stories, the data is vastly lacking. And let me talk about stories briefly.
You have 1 minute, Mr. Evans.
Thank you. We have our own observed and lived story that are predictors of what would happen here under this proposal. From Atkinson Street, from the Roundhouse, Councilor Flynn, from the cottages. I know folks who have lived in the cottages since they were first placed there and who are there now and who are not here and who have not been present. That's a growing community in this city, the people needing these services, and I don't see anywhere on record where they've been asked to give some quality, some quantity, right? But I've heard from them that not only were they not asked, by the way, we also have Envision and the towers, which Envision works a lot better than the towers because it's smaller. These folks are concerned because although we want to wrap around housing, mental health, and homelessness, there's additional things that concern the served population and the adjacent community. They're afraid of the concentration, the isolation in Franklin Park, safety, and also that they will have even fewer accesses to income, which currently, after selling an EBT card 24 hours after getting it, they have the choices of larceny, drug dealing themselves, or sex work. And that's what we all have observed and witnessed and experienced at Mass and Cass, and that is what we are threatening to export to Franklin Park. And nobody should be subjected anywhere, from anywhere, of any race, to that kind of concentration. Unfortunately, it sounds to me a little bit more like Dachau than it sounds like humane treatment. Lastly, and I'll end. So we don't just have a housing, a mental health, and a homelessness problem to combine and wrap around. We also have a sexual violence and trafficking problem that needs to go into this plan. And we also have, of course, the trashing of Olmsted's legacy to include in this plan. And finally, environmental justice. The city of Boston has a very delineable triangular-shaped southwesterly corridor that the Commonwealth of Massachusetts has mapped recently. And it contains every high percentile, traditionally underserved environmental justice census block in this city. And when you look at it, it's the same map as the redlining 70 years ago. It's the same map that put half of Olmsted's legacy in the same cell as the African-American and Black and brown citizens of Boston.
Thank you, Mr.
Now is the time to fix that, and I fear that the process would get worse before it gets better if we do not now begin to have the dialogue that Councilor Mejia and others have suggested, and that it be inclusive
Thank you,
of the
Mr.
human
Evans.
reality and geographic reality that we're talking about.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your time. And thank you to all of our panelists. I'd like to now to acknowledge the sponsor to begin with the first round of questions. And then I'll turn the floor over.
Thank you. Thank you to all the panelists. I particularly wanted to ask some clarifying questions as to the points that you made. First, with Ms. Randolph, if you could expound more on mixing modalities and what does decentralizing level of care means?
Absolutely. So when someone goes into treatment, so there was an explanation that came from BMC that talked about a very good treatment model. So detox, residential, and then a extended service of care. These are services of care and modalities that are structured where people are actually getting the support and the help that they need to be able to move forward in their lives and making decisions. There's another modality that that is now existing in Franklin Park where there is no structure, where there is no oversight. And so when people who have substance use disorder, and I'm not saying that everyone doesn't deserve to participate in the modality that works for them at that time, it's called harm reduction, but to mix, so you have people here who are still using, who are not ready. Maybe they're not using what they were using before. Maybe they're using less, but they're still using, which one, a lot of negative attention. It attracts predators, it attracts drug dealers, it becomes challenging. For instance, if you are on a diet, right, and your favorite food is chocolate, and then you walk into a room that is completely filled with chocolate and you haven't eaten anything all day long, then the likelihood that you may take a piece of chocolate is going to be greater than less. So when we try to mix these two modalities together, it's a tsunami. And it will cause a lot of harm to a lot of people who are trying to work towards recovery.
Thank you.
And the community.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, do you think we could allow Rob or someone from BMC a seat so that, in fairness, to allow them to respond to any clarify anything?
At the moment, I will not. We still have another panel to go through and public testimony, so I want to make sure we get through this. Anything afterwards, they can have me outside the lines and you guys can have conversations after. But I don't want to I want to make sure we take this in how we've compartmentalized it originally. Thank you.
So I guess my questions are still for BMC as well. I know that Derek mentioned parking, and I had that on my list. So I have a list of things that have not been answered. Parking plan, safety plan, downscale size, mixing modalities. Can you correlate that to equitable practices or harm reduction or trauma-informed decentralized services, how does it even make sense in terms of mixing all level of cares in one campus? A dashboard, will you commit to doing that? Community benefits or amenities to try to balance out the impact, holistic development plan in terms of your facilities that will support wraparound or the service treatment, environmental impact, specifically because in District 7, we suffer from the second highest heat island in Boston. And I understand you're increasing the grass, but what does that mean for trees? Continued community process that you've committed to, and what do next steps look like? I think just going on record, I'm officially through the chair asking that you provide that in writing to all of the things, and you'll get an email, Mr. Chair, if you will. You'll get an email with my list to answer those questions. Ms. Chair, I'll.
Councilor Flynn, any questions for our panel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the panel for the important testimony that you've provided. It was helpful, and I haven't studied this proposal. That's why I wanted to listen to you and your thoughts and concerns as residents, as neighbors. In Lewis, I know that you live just a short walk away from this area as well. I had the opportunity to work with you for 30 years, and I've always respected you. But your testimony today here, and you're a person that's always been very honest, but your testimony here today had a big impact on my thinking about this proposal. Again, I haven't taken a position on it, but your testimony here certainly has helped me learn more about the proposal. So I guess my question, Lewis, and I always try to factor in the quality, the impact a proposal will have on the quality of life of the residents, the impacted residents. And I understand that there has been little dialogue with the Boston Police or with Massachusetts State Police on public safety issues. But tell me about some of the quality of life issues that still have not been addressed, and how do we go forward in addressing quality of life issues during this process, but also if this proposal goes forward, what will that quality of life look like, and how does the city and state respond to those issues?
I'm not the key person on quality of life issues because I'm starting from the very beginning. I don't think we should be here. My years in administration, working for presidents and governors, I know the proposal of this nature should have never come this forward. There's other issues behind it, but having worked in the community, having worked consistently in Franklin Park over the last 50-some years, I can tell you, working with the visioning plan that was put together, they did not take in consideration the story that we keep raising about security, which is fundamental to everything that you do. Somebody here said something that was laughable about park rangers as being a part of the security that might be, utilized in this process. This is an absolute joke. Park ranger a day, maybe now in Franklin Park. At one time, we used to see none, even though they house their horses in the maintenance yard. Park rangers have never been a part of the community. The Shattuck Hospital area, which is basically guarded by the state police, and they have their own BMC security, that would not be the same thing when you provide housing and you turn it into a community. We're talking about 400 or 851, which was the original count. You create a whole different type of community, just like you do with the Ink Block or any place else that you put that many beds or units together, you have a different demand. As Mr. Evans said, we're suffering right now from a process of poor management of the situation that exists in broad daylight, where there's no trees, there's no cover, there's no hidden areas that people get lost to. If they're having this level of contact and negative concerns, in Mass and Cass, which is the most traveled route, in all of Boston. What do you think is going to happen in the cul-de-sac that's away from everything, as Ms. Leah said? People go where the resources are. As a former clinic administrator, let me tell you, when it was satellite centers that small groups of people came to, we were able to control the methadone program. Some genius from BMC decided that everybody should come to Mass and Cass or to the BMC at the central office and get their medication. Just like this proposal, that's the most unheard of thing you would think of in terms of safety and security. Because if I'm selling drugs, I want to go where there's going to be 200 or 300 people every day because I'm going to get a sale. You don't have the same situation. The last part of this, though, they keep talking about supportive housing for whom? Would you put your 9-year-old daughter or 12-year-old daughter in a house, even if you're in recovery, where a majority of the people are in that situation and a significant number of them are still dependent? Because what happens in the existing site, as Coffee said, there are no standards. We're not, setting some standards by which, you have to be drug-free and be working towards that proposal. You're creating a Holocaust for the people who live there. I can tell you that from having worked here in New York and Chicago and other places around the world. So the issue you raised, we've got a safety issue, we got a housing issue, and we clearly got a poor management issue for the proposal that's come forward.
Thank you, Louis. Diane, would you like to respond to that?
Just 2 thoughts.
Yeah.
First, if you know the site or picture it, we already have 2 schools right on American Legion Highway where the kids get rushed in and out the door so they don't look across the street. We have probably a dozen senior buildings from Holgate to Franklin Place to the whole, the Walnut Avenue, Elm Hill Avenue. On the front side of Blue Hill Ave on the park is another two more public schools. And they've had to readjust their whole way of life every day to keep the kids from either in the park or looking in the park during school, right? Harvard Mattapan Health Center, we were there, and the staff and the director shared with us how they were adamantly opposed to this project because the push now, they've got people in their parking lot, so all the people who work on the parking lot side of their building keep the shades drawn because people are in the parking lot having sex all day. This is real. The people like Rory who spend an inordinate amount of time just picking up needles. People have stopped walking their dogs in the park because the dogs got pricked. Never mind allowing your children to get out and play. This is right in the middle, in the crown jewel of Olmsted, of Frederick Olmsted, right now. And the police, they can't handle it. By the time they get there, the transaction is over. You watch people bring little packets. This is what Ms. Randolph is talking about. There's no monitoring. The packets of the drugs that get dropped, and then 15, 20 minutes later, you'll see whoever ordered them. It's like an Uber drug delivery. They come and they drop them, and you hope that no child finds them before the pickup. The customer finds it. This is right now with only 38 cottages, right? What would that look like? If we are going to be putting this kind of facility in a park, my argument, it would be better placed in the Boston Garden, in the Boston Common, because one, it's in the middle, there's this train station, at least there's transportation. You best believe if somebody calls from that garden, the police are going to come. And I'm not trying to be facetious. I'm saying, if this is what we're doing now, it would make sense. It would make it better sense. There's no grocery store for people to go to.
I appreciate it. I just want to be mindful of the panelists as well. Your responses are part of the 5 minutes for the questioning for our counselors. So the longer your answer, although we do want to listen, it does give less time if folks have other questions. Councilor Flynn, thank you for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep. Councilor Weber.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and just thank you, Senator Wilkerson. I think about the Benjamin, was a great win for the folks there, and as I've said in every interview I've given, I think the families have in part, a lot to thank for, well, they shouldn't be thanking you. You're an integral part of the process. And, I'm glad we could work together on that. And Mr. Evans, as far as the chair of the environmental, climate committee, I don't have that honor. I'm the vice chair. I haven't risen that high yet, but and we do draw a distinction between the chairs and the vice chairs. But I take your point of just for the folks watching at home. And I guess I hope you were listening to the questions I was posing to the BMC, and I think again, like Mr. Coffey, you and I walked the Franklin Park, and I think this is a very important issue. I would just say going forward, I think Senator Wilkerson, you mentioned you've got a coalition of folks from all different neighborhoods. I do represent people in one of those neighborhoods in Jamaica Plain. Two of them are sitting to your right and to your left, and that if they have a problem with how this is going, they cannot vote for or against the counselor from another district. They're stuck with me. So to keep them enfranchised, I do think I have to be part of these conversations to hear concerns. And so I really hope we can work together as we go forward, because it's my job to represent, Mr. Coffey, Ms. Hamill, who are here, and I can name about 5 or 6 other people sitting in the back. So, in terms of questions for you, I mean, most of my questions, again, like Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, are for the BMC. I guess, so something for Mr. Coffey, you're a scientist, correct? When you do research, I'm very interested in what you have to say. But in terms of, I'm trying to, when I look at the issue, looking at concerns in the community, I think are, again, incredibly valid. But sometimes when we're talking about the science, I don't, if somebody came in and if I was talking about your area of expertise, you might push back and say, well, this is my career. So how do I take in, the sort of feedback that I'm getting when I'm not sure, I feel like people at the BMC, they're in the healthcare industry 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Like where is the, where should I be listening to you, and how would you just respond to that in terms of you doing research at home, and so how can I elevate your concerns in a way that's not just, somebody who's not an expert arguing against somebody who's an expert in the public health field?
Well, you have one of those experts right here, right? And you have many experts that aren't to benefit from this proposal itself, with Jim O'Connell. Right here, who's an expert. You have Jim O'Connell of Boston Healthcare for the Homeless that you could reach out to. I would just say not to go to the develop. You never go to the developer to see what the best development would be, right? Because the developer's they're gonna give you their vision and not really the expertise of the field.
Well, I guess, so, yeah, thank you. I figured you'd have a response being in with your background, but I guess in terms for us. What is have anyone has any conversations with DCAM? I feel like, Councilor Mejia talked about, BMC, is here and they're an easy target. But I mean, what's your sense from DCAM, how involved they are, how receptive they've been so far?
From the very beginning,
We have to keep it a little bit. We do have other people.
Yeah, that's my last question. That's my last question.
From the very beginning, I worked on the community advisory board. I talked to Stuttard on a regular basis, even before they put in the shanty houses. I mean, constantly we've talked to DCAM. But I don't have to go to DCAM because I've had 35 years as a contract administrator and working as an administrator in state government. I know the process is incorrect. But regardless of that, that has nothing to do with the development process. The health process and experts that we have here at this table, they rival anyone that you'll have here. The years that I spent in dealing with healthcare and dealing with drug-dependent community, if you want information as to the health, you can talk to people who's health. If you want to talk about how the impact of the physical environment is going to affect the people in the community, I've got 50 years in Franklin Park and other places in this country.
Thank you,
I
sir.
think you should take that into consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elisa. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Council Weber. Council Santana, any questions for the panel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have one, and again, most of my questions were for the previous panel, but we talked last in the previous panel about community benefits and, you know, green space, and I believe in some other types of community benefits. Just wondering from this group of panelists of you know, I know that where you stand on this project, but are there any community benefits that you feel that the you know, your community will benefit from, and if so, what are they? To get so that way we can get those into the record. Thank you.
Can I just say that it's ludicrous to talk about green space in a park? So you can go from there.
And to Counselor, we've had large meetings. Community benefits has not come up one time. So just this notion that people are like, what's in it for me? That might be the case for some place, but not once has that issue, that comment been made, a question been asked at any of our meetings. We are more concerned about what's going to happen, what would happen to the people that they plan to put together. So no, I couldn't answer that.
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilman here.
Thank you, Chair. And I do appreciate the community panel. Haven't been a community organizer. I know how important a community voice is, so thank you for being here. I know that there are other panelists that need to speak, and there's some folks who have hard stops at 2, so I'm not going to ask questions. I'm just going to make up comments. So my 9-year-old daughter, when she was 9 at the time, witnessed someone overdose. And it was the most traumatic experience as a parent, to be able to witness that, to see my daughter witness that as well. And so I just want to say, I apologize that you as a parent had to experience that. And this is something that we see constant. So I just want to hold space for you, and I know how difficult it is. And I have a question. I'm curious, because the narrative has been that folks are opposing the project because around safety issues and because it's substance use disorder, and also the issues around green space. What if if the proposal was just about housing? Would that change the conversation for folks? No, right? So the reason why I asked the question is because there is a narrative that folks don't want the project because of the safety concerns that come with mass and CAS.
I would say the safety concerns would be enough, but our position has been, continues to be, that the primary question would be the concept on its face is inconsistent with medical practice, substance abuse recovery, period. That's why we didn't institutionalize. Right. On that very site, like near that site, we as a Commonwealth and across the country in 1970s concluded that concentrating people with mental health. Same, we now know concentrating people in poverty doesn't end well. You cannot concentrate people in sizes of that size. I think that the housing piece, if you said if it was just housing, if it was just housing of the type that they're talking about supported for the population, otherwise known as an addiction village, we'd still be opposed to it. It doesn't make sense.
Derek, you want to?
I think that I'm very proud of the fact that this panel here and others are prioritizing the served community. And then and only then, following with the additional harms to others besides them. Which is, like when I was speaking, culminates in what you might call placism, right? Or environmental justice or red line, whatever it's been called over the decades. And on those grounds as well, your question is relevant because we're not gaining, we're losing tree canopy in the city of Boston and now has a canopy ordinance, right? Okay, we're not gaining, we're losing on other fronts of emissions and this and that, environmental stuff. I mean, in fact, as I said, and I'll end with this. Number one, this project in this location would be inhumane anywhere to anyone, in my opinion. And number two, to place it where it's proposed to be placed violates every definition of social justice around that growing circle. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that. And I allegedly said I was going to not ask questions, and then I did. Sorry, but I am going to stop because I want to be mindful of the fact that people have to leave at 2. But I have so much more to say, but I won't.
Can I just say one thing? I just want to just say that treatment is important and treatment is needed for the surrounding communities. And we're not opposed to treatment, but there has to be a larger conversation about the various modalities of treatment and how treatment will take place and the various modalities of how these services will take place. So we're not opposed to treatment for substance use disorder, for mental health disorder, for alcohol disorder. We're not opposed to people being able to receive services and get better. Just want to say that for the record.
Thank you very much. And for panel testimony number 2, not those in opposition, but those highlighting the negative impacts of this project, right? Please keep it to 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did want to ask specifically about, there was another thing that was mentioned about cultural competence. Can you tell me exactly best practices around that and what it would look like ideally?
Yeah, looking at cultural inclusion. And so when you have a community that's surrounding a treatment facility, take Demet, for instance, and the community residents don't have access to that facility. And when they do have access, was taken over by them. Black men, many who are coming out of prison, to be able to take control of their lives, become productive members of society because of the cultural competency, because understanding that there's a culture to everything. Right? And so understanding the culture of where these men came from, the experiences that they had, and how to be able to help them to grow and to be responsible members of the community, to be fathers and all of that. That program, once it moved out of being an independent program, is now a program that works specifically more for young white opiate addicts. And so all of the people in our community that had access to those programs don't have access to those programs anymore. That's a part of cultural inclusion and cultural competency.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much, panel.
Thank you.
You guys are
Thank you,
dismissed.
Mr.
Thank you
Chair.
for your
Thank you.
testimony. We'd like to call up now panel testimony number 3, those not in support, but highlighting the positive aspects of this development. So we have Armani White, Pastor Kiki Dufort, Judith Roderick, Pastor Darrell Hamilton, and Brendan Little is on Zoom. We will not be taking a recess. We'll go right into this panel number 3. Please and thank you. It doesn't say on Zoom, but, oh, sorry. Pastor Dufort is on Zoom as well. Sorry, thank you.
Unless you want to be third. You got the first 2 locked down, please.
No, he's here.
Yeah, you can be there, yeah.
The restaurant. It is fine. Thank you to panel testimony. Number 3, I know some folks are on a very tight time frame, and I appreciate your patience for sticking around. So why don't we get right into it? We will have you guys say your piece, right? We could do it similar unless there's a overall presentation. You folks can have 5 minutes apiece, and then we'll turn it over to questions from the counselors, okay? Pastor Hamilton, I know there is a time difference, right? So if we want to.
Yeah,
You want to lead, or however you
Yeah.
guys decide to lead it up, please go ahead.
Thank you so much for moving this ahead and for allowing this panel to be a part of this, especially you, Councilor Fitzgerald. So my name is Armani White. We're an organization that was formed in 2015 to ensure public land for public good and development without displacement. I myself am a 3rd-generation Roxbury resident, so my great-great-grandparents are from here. And so, protecting this community, making sure that we have the things that we need in this community is super important to me. And it's part of the reason why I helped found Reclaim Roxbury. And I actually have like a personal connection to this topic around addiction as well. My first introduction to like professional advocacy was actually as a caseworker at the Barbara McGinnis House at Southern Jamaica Plain Health Center, where I worked tirelessly to try to find aids for people with dual diagnosis in our community to be able to live, and they didn't exist. And this project that we have here is a project that actually will provide that. So in 2018, I believe, when the RFP process began, we were a major community members to be a part of this process, a really engaged process. I think this was a time when most of the people in the council weren't on the council when that was happening. And so that's maybe part of the reason why maybe people don't feel as part of the community process. But just important to share that, this kind of project is a project that we do need in our community, that when we talk to over 6,000 people, 6,000 people over the past 2 summers, they talk about needing housing. There's no case where people in Roxbury, the majority of people that we talk to, say we don't need more affordable housing. And it's important to also note that this is not just a Roxbury District 7 issue. The Franklin Park is something that touches all of the city. So when we hear people say, "Oh, this is like just a Roxbury issue," it's not. It's a full city, Dorchester, Mattapan. It's an issue that we all face. And yes, we do have a problem at Mass and Cass. This kind of program will help alleviate those pressures. So this is something that, like I said before, people that we talk to are in support of, and just want to make sure we make it clear here that folks from Roxbury do support this. Folks that have been here for multiple generations, Black Bostonians, support this. And yeah, we just need to continue to have an honest conversation about this, and we need to have a really strong community process moving forward, continuing on the work that we have done. But we should get the facts straight and talk about what's happened as it has, and just be informed about this. So thank you.
Thank you. Pastor Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you very much also for allowing me to be able to sit on this panel and share. My name is Reverend Daryl Hamilton. So I am part of the pastoral team of the First Baptist Church in Jamaica Plain. Yes, I am Baptist, but I won't be here long. I promise you that. And I'm going to say about our church too, is that we are currently, rather for about 7 years now, the present location of the Shattuck Child Care Center. We too are just a few hundred feet from District 7. And so we are intimately connected to this issue as a church faith community, with many of our members being part of the constituencies that we are discussing. Because as we have acknowledged collectively, we are all here because we care about people. And the reason why I support this issue, or rather I support this proposal, is because there is an extreme urgent need for supportive housing and recovery centers for substance use. I'm here because repeatedly and often I hear from members of my congregation about the need for more supportive housing and more support services. They feel as much as anyone the crunch of the housing crisis that we are experiencing as a nation, as we are experiencing here in Boston. With this also is expressed the desire to stay within their communities, to not be shipped out and displaced, to not be divorced from their neighbors and friends, because this is how we create the conditions that continue to break down the fabric of our communities and our families. This is how we also sustain the conditions that result in the problems we are seeking to alleviate around substance use. This is how we maintain the conditions, and I feel like I could feel the sentiment in this space today of an inherent us versus them. I know we don't want it to be that way, but I think in many ways we still get caught up sort of in that unfortunate dichotomy of us and them. And I think it's important that we don't do that, because we have to acknowledge and recognize that the people that we are talking about are already our neighbors. And so it's important that we let them stay in their neighborhoods so that way they can get the treatments that they need, that these individuals are indeed the constituents that we are discussing that have been considered in these districts. And so I see that this proposal will indeed help to serve the constituents, the residents that live close to the campus, not only in Roxbury, as was mentioned, but also Mattapan, Dorchester, JP. And I know there's a lot of concern about the scale of this project, but my sentiment is that the scale of the project is designed to meet the scale of the crisis, designed to meet the scale of the need, and frankly, is not even able to fully do that because the need is so great. However, we ought not place the entire burden of solving this crisis, the systemic realities that are true. We cannot place that entire burden on BMC as the sole entity to solve all of these with one proposal. People who are impacted are telling us what they need. There are people telling us, though, or telling them to wait. People who are suffering themselves from opioid addiction, as I said, are our constituents, are your constituents. People who need supportive housing, they are your constituents. And there are people in these communities, us being representative of that, who are indeed supporters of this request and of this proposal. So I think we are grateful for the opportunity to share. And I will close here to say that this isn't an experiment in beloved community. I believe today is the anniversary of the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King, where we get the understanding of beloved community. And a beloved community is intended to bring all stakeholders together in a creative and transformative way. Beloved community is regional. It is also statewide, it is also local, it is also our designated neighborhoods. It is everywhere. So I would encourage us to understand that we can indeed save Franklin Park and save lives. We can save Franklin Park and save the lives of our neighbors. We can save Franklin Park and our neighbors in Boston, in Dorchester, in Mattapan, and Roxbury. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. I know on Zoom now, we're going to go to Brendan Little, community member in recovery. Mr. Little, if we could bring Mr. Little up, please. He will have the floor first, and then we will go on to Pastor Kiki Dufour.
Thank you so much, Chair Fitzgerald. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're all set. Go ahead, sir.
Great, thank you. I'm grateful to be here today. Thank you all so much. My name is Brendan Little. I was born and raised in Boston. The majority has been spent living in Jamaica Plain in Dorchester, not far from the proposed redevelopment. I'm currently a homeowner in Jamaica Plain and a parent of young children, one currently in Boston Public Schools and another who will start at Boston Public Schools next year. Personally, with lived experience with both substance use disorder and homelessness. Treatment and supportive programs like the ones proposed for this campus saved my life for the Mayor's Office of Recovery Services at the City of Boston and served as its inaugural policy director for more than 5 years. During my time in this role, I helped to create new substance use recovery programs in the City of Boston throughout the city and worked to address the complex issues at Mass and Cass. So I deeply understand substance use and homelessness at both the personal and professional levels. With all this experience and information, I want this proposed development in my backyard. As someone who has seen Boston become more and more developed with expensive condos over the decades and become increasingly unaffordable, I'm excited at the potential for development that will continue to help our society's most vulnerable. If this were a proposal for high-cost condos, community opponents would likely ask why we weren't creating services that benefit our community. Well, this project is the epitome of a benefit to our community. It's spearheaded by one of the most venerable medical institutions in New England. Boston Medical Center primarily serves low-income people and has deep ties in all Boston neighborhoods, especially neighborhoods with majority Black and Brown residents. BMC also has an excellent addiction treatment and research team that leads locally and nationally. This proposal addresses two of the most urgent needs in our community right now: substance use disorder and homelessness. I've heard concerns about this project creating, quote, another Mass and Cass. As someone who literally worked at Mass and Cass for years, my office was there, and helped create services there, I can say that this is not true. The proposed programs and housing for the Shattuck are not the types of low threshold programs that exist in the Mass and Cass area. The services for the Shattuck redevelopment are for people who are stabilized with a designated bed, with all program participants and residents robustly supported by trained staff that will be hired locally, creating more jobs. This is different from the low threshold services at Mass and Cass, like homeless shelters, syringe exchange, methadone clinics, and day drop-in spaces. It's a different level of the continuum. With Bostonians in need of more long-term addiction services, many can't find equitable care in their community. This is especially true for Black and Brown people with substance use disorder. This population faces severe treatment disparities rooted in racism and stigma. This is worsened by the fact that overdose deaths are skyrocketing for Black and Brown individuals as compared to white individuals. Who better to adequately address these injustices than Boston Medical Center? With the state-of-the-art campus at the center of Boston's largest and most diverse neighborhoods, this proposal will help countless people improve their lives. Again, I wouldn't be reading this testimony today if I didn't get the help I needed 20 years ago. I'd likely still be homeless and in active addiction. It is only because of services like the ones proposed here that I've been able to thrive personally and spend a career in public service. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Little. Pastor Kiki, we can go to your testimony. Thanks. Thank you.
Well, thank you so very much. Good afternoon to you all. Thank you, Chair, and thank you all the I want to thank also the former panel, whom I have a great admiration for the work and for the advocacy as well. Again, Pastor Geoffroy Florissin, I'm the pastor of the Total Health Church in Boston, and I'm also representing a group of immigrant organizations called Equity Now and Beyond. Equity Now and Beyond is a health equity coalition that coordinated by Center to Support Immigrant Organizing and led by grassroots immigrant organization. As I said, we have Alpha Agencia, that is a Latinx organization, Brazilian Women's Group representing the Brazilian community, ASEDON, which is the African Community Economic Development Corporation, representing the Africans. And then we are definitely just working with several other organizations, basically to address health equity and as well as the shortage, basically, of supportive housing. So I'm definitely speaking in support of the Shattuck housing presented by BMC, that I have great, definitely admiration as well for, because we've been working throughout COVID-19, impacting our communities positively in terms of tackling the social determinants of health our communities are facing. So supportive housing, as I always referred to, is a blend of definitely housing that support individuals, families, to definitely have a stable and productive lives for Black and Brown communities. Often just people facing systemic barriers to housing and healthcare economic opportunities, but I believe that's what housing can overcome. Just give you an example. Just mostly working in Marapen, hosting wellness clinics basis, having many people coming to our clinics for routine exams and try to receive all the services, but which we do not offer. So I have a Haitian descent, Reggie, always there, and then very sometimes disruptive in the park, in the square, and they called the police on him, and then what the police do is just arrest him, okay, and put him in jail, and sometimes connect him with a Boston Medical Center. But you know, again, a week later, I saw him. I said, Jerry, what's going on? Well, I was in jail. And then, did you get any other treatments at any other facility? No, they didn't have definitely a bed for me to stay there. And that's what I'm on the streets, again, causing those trouble. So this is Reggie, Haitian descent. But I have another gentleman who is an African-American, David. He called me Uncle Kiki when it comes to the office. So he's suffering definitely addiction challenges. And then when I don't see him, I saw him again 2 weeks later. He said, Pastor Kiki, I was in jail because they didn't have any room for me to give me the treatment that I need. And that's one of the reasons that I support very much this housing, the supportive houses that can have endless benefits. And the reason I said endless benefits because the supportive housing stands as a powerful tool in addressing the complex set of challenges faced by Black and Brown communities, offering them a pathway to greater stability, health, and economic opportunity. So I stop right there. I just any other questions that you might have. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Pastor. Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Truth Roderick, you now have the floor.
Thank you. I had a speech and I lost the paper. Say the dog ate it. Anyway, I want to thank the council. I want to thank you too for holding this hearing. I've learned from listening to everybody certain parts of this that I didn't really think about before. And so this has been a learning experience for me. And I want to, like I said, thank you for that. My name is Judith Roderick. I am a Acushnet born. I've been in Boston since I was 6 years old, long time ago. I am a resident of United for Justice, and I strongly support the Morton Street redevelopment project. I have I'm blanking. Horrible, horrible, horrible. I kind of feel like a lot of this is when you were mentioning, or I was mentioning the them versus us, I feel like this is an issue where people view this through a lens of them. And those are people that have homes. And they're not taking into account the problem. It's structural racism based on economic problems, the cutting of funds. The Shattuck Hospital has been around for decades. They've mentioned it, doing what it does, the detox, the sheltering, the counseling. And then there were funding cuts. And I didn't hear anybody talking about that. I mean, where were the people when they were cutting the Shattuck program? My son is a recovering addict. He's been struggling with this issue for years, and he's hanging by a thread. He was in a sober house in Winchendon. And if you don't know where Winchendon is, it's far away north by Gardner and Fitchburg. He was the only Black person in that sober house, and he was probably the only Black person in that town. He was culturally displaced, and the program didn't work. Sometimes sending people away is not the best answer for solving a problem. I feel like the proposal for redeveloping Shattuck is a holistic wraparound service program. Part of the reason so many people relapse is because they wait. They're in one agency or one hospital getting a specific service, and then they're sent to another place to sign up. And in between, there is a waiting list, a wait time. And during that time, it's very easy to be depressed, to kind of run into other people that you know that may be using, and you relapse. I get concerned about my son because I feel like he's changed. He's more depressed. And the program for the Shattuck is a long way off. Long Island is a long way off. And so for now, we're stuck with waiting for programs to pick him up here and there. And that's all I have to say because I can't remember the rest of my speech.
Judith, it was wonderful. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
With that, we'll go over to any questions we have from our counselors that are still here with us today. We're going to try and keep this brief, as we also have, I just got the list of testimony, public testimony, and it's rather long. So Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make some comments and ask if Armani, thank you so much for being here. If you could submit to me or ask, I know that you're a wonderful organizer in your organization, reposting and actually using it to educate people in the district as well. I agree with you that this is not about Roxbury. I do feel that, we have to, as a district councilor, of course, I'm prioritizing district constituents. And in meetings where I've gone to JP, prioritizing abutters and then on to regional, right? So I understand this approach to community and Boston as one, as opposed to just looking at just Roxbury. What I do want to ask you though is to encourage people in Roxbury, Dorchester, I have like I even have Mattapan, right? So District 7, yeah. So like a bit of Mattapan, a bit of JP. I have like slithers of these areas, all because of like how Franklin Park comes around. And so if people can submit to me in writing, because I do base my informed decisions based on documented proof. And so right now I do have an overwhelming amount of emails that completely oppose it, not even like a middle ground. Speaking of middle ground, Ms. Judith, thank you so much for your testimony today. In terms of wraparound proposal or holistic proposal that supports wraparound, it's not a holistic proposal that supports wraparound yet. They are saying that they will get to that planning, but we haven't seen one. And what I'm encouraging is that we hold them to account so that it can become a quality facility that provides this holistic wraparound. I do want to mention in terms of like conflating, the different types of modalities. And like Armani, I also worked in these services, and finding beds is horrible. You have to go like very far out in the state to find beds, and you have to drive out there because you're the one who's releasing people out of service. And so I would say, like, I think the concern here, and I'm trying to find the middle ground in terms of like, how do we get to renovate the Shattuck and create housing? I'm leaning into saying, if we're going to bring something into District 7, a place where we already have like an economic issues with a lot of very vulnerable populations, then we have to make sure that it's quality. We have to make sure that it's holistic, that it supports wraparound, and then we have to ensure that it also provides community benefits that is supportive to the impact, or at least balances out the impact of the community. And so I would say, because of the different modalities, it is true that, and there was research on, in terms of decentralizing services. And this means that, one population that is very early on in treatment, like emergency, then to a regular bed, a 30-day or 45, and then to go into supportive housing and then family. I think that what I've asked from BMC is that the security measures should include like gates and like ID cards, that you go into different level of campuses, because we're talking about different level of care. There's real high level care where people need the hands-on, and then there's the outpatient when people have already like moved into an apartment and they got their kid back from DCF and now they're in housing, and then maybe looking at other parcels to do more housing, because maybe that thing for Roxbury and surrounding areas in other parcels. So I just want to make sure that we are clear, and then the sentiment of the us and them. It's unfortunate that we've come to that, and there is no us and them. I think that the other panel has been trying to show you that organized, that all races have come together in this effort to try to show this. I have to be the consolidator. I have to listen to all sides. I have to understand where's the middle ground. So if we can find a medium here and address some services and get quality out of this, and also explore other ways of increasing housing in parcels that it doesn't condensely populate everybody in one space, then great. And also, again, like the green space and all of that stuff, taking away the parking to give us grass, then where are people parking? We have a lot of questions, and I think that goes into further community process.
Okay, I feel like parts of this particular group that's in favor of the development would be monitoring it. So kind of like watching over to make sure everything that you're talking about and everything that we want is actually happening.
Yeah. Yep. I am extremely transparent, Ms. Judith. You're not from my district, but I welcome meetings for us to talk and get to know each other. I already like you just by looking at you. I will give you I will show you, we make sure we actually record our meetings, and we have a district website, and we post the recordings on the website. And we also have a district app. So there's so many ways of being transparent about this. And believe you me,
Thank you.
But you're watching me. I got you. You're watching me. I will make sure that I give you the tools so
I
you can
think
do
there
it.
will be compliance people around to make sure things that happen.
That's why the dashboard that Councilman here mentioned is important, because then everybody can see it, right?
That would be excellent.
Great. Thank you all. Councilor Weber?
Sorry. Thank you, Chair. And thank you for testifying. I think today, to me, what I missed was having people who are experiencing these problems. So thank you, Judith, for coming in and at least, connecting that. Also, Mr. Little, for doing that. But it's like we're talking about helping people who aren't here, right? And it's kind of, it's hard to balance the views where, we have folks who have valid concerns about the facility, but we have people who would be helped by it who, we don't hear from. But I guess in terms of, how we go forward and let's just accept the premise that putting in the facility and renovating the Shattuck would have a negative impact on the neighborhood and on the surrounding communities. How do we balance that with, how that would benefit human beings in the future? So I don't know if you can give us any advice for how we do that. It's sort of, there's a sacrifice there, but
you're automatically assuming it's to have.
well, I know, I'm just saying it's accepting, let's not get into that debate,
Okay.
but let's say there's just increase in issues around the park, but there is, I'm just bringing in the people who will be
Possibility.
helped, your son, how do we balance that? I don't know if Mr. White,
Yeah, I can back
you
up.
have any?
I think what Ms. Roderick said at the beginning, like kind of a rejection of the premise of the question, which is that you have to have kind of like a give and take. I think this is a wholly positive thing for the community. And I think folks that I've heard speak in opposition of it are afraid of, I think a number of things that are a result of us not having something like this here. I mean, the reality exists, right now, like my father, his friends, they walk every morning there. They're older men, and, you hear about how great the space is and people get to use it. That's going to stay. There's going to be, increased attention on the space when there's actually more services here. This is going to be like a net positive. You're going to hear a lot of both sides, and I think it's up to you to decide, what is actually the benefit, or how the benefits outweigh the potential negatives. I don't see negatives, but you may see negatives, so you have to come up with that. But I encourage you to support this, and I think this is something that when I hear you talk in other spaces about affordable housing and the need for services, this is an opportunity to, actually, to show that. Albeit none of us really have power of this. This is a state parcel that was, RFP out, and as counselors, it's important for us to have this conversation. But from what I understand, this is going to be something that community members are going to continue to engage and support, and it'll be great to have you a part of that.
Thank you. Anyone? Yeah.
Oh, I'm just trying to remember, at one of the meetings where Boston Medical Center was present, they did talk about, and it was in their proposal, I believe, where this isn't kind of a everybody jump in kind of thing and, pull the person off the street and put them in a house. It's more structured. There are safeguards. There's a lease to sign, right? Okay. If you are doing drugs, like any other housing development, you will be put out. And there isn't a kind of, why are you shaking your head? There isn't a kind of in terms of the treatment center, if I'm not mistaken, it isn't everybody just kind of wanders around the wards or whatever. It's compartmentalized, where if you are getting a specific kind of treatment, you're there. You're not wandering off to another section. And so that's kind of a safeguard.
Thank you, Ms. Roderick.
Yeah.
So,
No,
Did
thank
you
you.
want to say something to me?
Yeah.
No.
I don't know if it Pastor Kiki or anyone online
yeah,
had anything to add.
sorry.
Just wanted to keep this moving at the moment. That's all, because we do still have public testimony.
That's it for me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Council Weber. Council Mejia.
Thank you, Chair. And I think that Councilor Anderson pointed out recently that I think I may be the only parent on the council with a school-age minor child that is a single mom, and my daughter's waiting for me, and I have to take her to a doctor's appointment. So I'm gonna just say a few things and then I'm gonna go, okay? So first, I just want to thank you all for being here, because one of the hardest things to do is to show up and share a different narrative, especially when you have been inundated with the other side of the conversation. So it's been really refreshing to hear the other side of this equation and create space for that dialogue to happen in a transparent, in a public place. So I just want to say thank you for sharing your stories and giving so much of your own personal journey to help us provide some context to what this is all about, right? So I just want to thank you for that. And then I have been saying here on the city council that we are a body of 13 and we represent the city as a whole. So whenever we make votes or whenever we make decisions, whether you live in West Roxbury or Roxbury, your voice and your votes impact the city as a whole. And whenever there's a development project, as a citywide councilor, I always defer to the district councilor out of respect, because they're the ones who are carrying the brunt of the advocacy that's coming from all sizes, right, and spaces and places. So I want to be really respectful of that narrative in terms of understanding the dynamics that happen. So I just want to put that within some context so that people can understand why Councilor Anderson is really trying to protect the conversation and the integrity of the bearing of the brunt mostly is always Roxbury. So wanted to just acknowledge that there is definitely that feeling there. And while I have the microphone, I just want to say that I think and I'll say this because I said it during the first panel that spoke, is that this behavior of pitting people against each other in political spaces is just, it doesn't get us to where we need to be. Because the people who are most impacted by that behavior are the people who are not in this chamber right now. Regardless of whether it's the people who live in the neighborhood or the people who are in need of those services, both are out of this conversation and nobody wins. And while I do appreciate the impact that we're trying to get to, what I continue to struggle with is the process in which we go about getting there as a community. Because it shouldn't take a hearing for us to be able to see each other and listen to one another. It shouldn't. And I appreciate, Armani, you letting us know that these conversations were happening prior to us being in this chamber, right? Because you don't know what you don't know. And even though those conversations were happening then, there's still a lot of people who feel left out. And so that's why we're questioning the integrity of the community engagement process, because there's still this level of misunderstanding of the facts and how we got here. So I want to name that as something that we're grappling with. I want to name that as something that we continue to hold space for. And I want to acknowledge that we're not going to get it right. That is just the bottom line. But what we need to do is recognize that we can't continue to pit people against each other and then act like everything's all good, whatever, after everything goes down. We have to start learning how to, in this city, deal with tension and discomfort and disagreement in ways that continue to keep the community whole. And that's what I would love to see us get to. And no questions, just a comment for us to grapple with, because I think that is where the real work requires us to leave ourselves and our egos and our political agendas at the door and bring our full selves into this space, ready to do the people's work. And that's what our constituents want us to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Mejia. Panel, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate you are dismissed at this moment, and we'll be moving on to public testimony. When your name is called, please come down to one of the two podiums and state your name, neighborhood and/or organization affiliation. Please speak into the microphone, and please keep your comments to 2 minutes. You will hear me say 15 seconds when you have 15 seconds left, so you guys know when to wrap up. We'll be starting with the folks that have signed up in person. I'm looking around for Samuel. I don't see Sam here. Is there a Karen Brodek from Maryland? Karen? Yep. I'm sorry, Karen. I know it begins with an M. I apologize, but you'll see.
Hello, my name is Karen Monty-Brodek. I'm president of the Emerald Necklace Conservancy. Very excited to be here. This is a sad day because I also don't like to see folks all asking for things that are needed, conflicting, but in some ways this is an exciting day because for years we've been asking for this hearing. I am so glad that today, after 7 years, after the state announced their plan for housing, supportive services. It's not affordable housing. I'm sorry to say that is not what's being proposed here. Supportive housing and addiction treatment services are being proposed here. And I wanted to just mention a couple of facts. Here's a map of the sites the state decided not to explore. None of these sites were explored. We asked the state during the process, is there any other use we could use for this public land? This land was parks until 1949, and then it was deeded to the state for public health purposes. It cannot be used for affordable housing according to the deed. The state probably, I haven't asked them specifically, can sell all of these pieces of property around the state, but they cannot sell the land that the Shattuck sits on today. And they let the Shattuck Hospital degrade for 70 years, so badly that it's too expensive to renovate. Instead, they're demolishing it and moving it to Roxbury, to the south end. Karen Monty-Brodek, I live on the Roxbury side of Mass Ave for record-keeping purposes. Again, represent the Emerald Necklace Conservancy. We work to bring together 26 neighborhood groups up and down the Emerald Necklace. And I do want to mention that the Franklin Park Coalition has come out in opposition to this proposal today. That it is. So in 1952, this land was allowed for public health purposes. If it's not used for public health purposes, which I believe a park would be, it is meant to go back to being a park that will cost the state money. And ultimately, the environmental wrong here is that the community was not engaged in decision making. In 1972, we passed a law so this would never happen again. It's called Article 97, and it was not respected here. It's not being respected in other places, and it's about listening to the environmental justice communities that surround the park. So community benefits are one thing, but decision making is bottom line, didn't happen.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Again, folks, 2 minutes, so please, if you have prepared statements, take a look and feel if you could fit them within that 2 minute time frame. Stephanie Shull.
Congratulations on saying my name correctly. No one ever does. My name is Stephanie Shull. I'm from Jamaica Plain, Ben Weber's district. Just wanted to say that I'm a bit appalled and confused as to why the state has allowed yet another crisis in our communities to fester and boil over and not address it in a proactive manner such that we are again left with various actors desperately trying to solve a problem that needs to be solved at a larger scale, but instead they're cherry picking what's easiest to do. And what's easiest, unfortunately, continually results in the same communities over and over again having to host the things that no community really, if they're honest, wants there in their community. And so I'm calling upon the city council for, in whatever way they have available to them, to advocate with our state representatives, with our state agencies, to proactively create a statewide plan to deal with the opioid crisis, the homelessness crisis, and the behavioral health crisis. I personally would be happy to pay more taxes to have these problems dealt with in a comprehensive and effective way. That's my first point. Second point is BMC, God bless them, I'm a BMC patient myself, talked about doing what's good for the community. I would like to know, what do they mean by the community? Clearly, as public health people, they have a much broader sense of what the community is than what I think of as my community, which is the Forest Hills Tea Stop, which is the businesses up and down that area, which is the park. I have 10 seconds left according to my clock. Is it the South End representatives who are on the community advisory board, the people who desperately want MassCast dealt with? Was it the service providers? Whoop, that's my timer. Finally, there's no safety plan, and there needs to be. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I was trying to give you an extra 5 seconds. Samuel, you ready for testimony? Please keep it to a strict 2 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, sir. First of all, I want to say thank you to Councilor Fitzgerald for hosting this with Councilor Anderson. Thank you, Councilor Weber, for still being here. I think that, you know, people are very well intentioned, but I do want to remind people a little bit about the history. And that is that James Michael Curry went to prison because he committed fraud and he had to be bailed out by the President of the United States. And right after he was bailed out, this is when all of these changes happened. And it was probably funny at the time, but that mayor kept everything in pencil, so we didn't have any record, and he took between 5 and 10% of all of the city coffer money. Now, why is this important? It's important because if we're talking about systemic racism, we have to look at 2014 when they closed the Long Island Bridge because they thought that 2024, which is this year, was going to have the Olympics. And they've been trying to take Franklin Park ever since. And so I say all of that because I just left the State House and we're going to have a $200 million to $500 million deficit, which means they're not going to have money to do a lot of these wonderful ideas, which I think are great. And so one of the other things I was concerned about is that they really don't have a plan. And I say that because the city of Boston used to have its own hospital. If you were to go down Massachusetts Avenue, you would see that the Public Health Commission still has the building that says Boston City Hospital. So at a certain point, I think that they're trying to rob Peter to pay Paul. BU right now can't even pay its own graduate students. How are they supposed to be able to pay for this new hospital? If you look at the Boston Medical Center now, it's falling apart. And so all that's going to end up happening is this is going to be a slush fund for some CEO. And we already saw that happening at the Benjamin. Thank goodness Attorney Feaster was able to solve that problem. So I say all that, you know, in closing by saying that most of the people who are deciding what's going to happen in Dorchester, Roxbury, and Jamaica Plain don't actually live there. And I think that it would be a problem if this actually went through. Thank you very much for your time.
Appreciate your
Have a
testimony.
nice
Thank you,
afternoon.
Samuel. Sarah Freeman.
Just notice how they make sure to keep it a strict 2 minutes for members of the public, but all the panels and experts got
Take your time,
endless
please.
amount of time to speak.
Hi, everyone. Oops. Sarah Freeman, Jamaica Plain. Many affiliations, but I don't want to lose my 2 minutes going through them all. I agree with everyone who is saying it's a shame that we have well-intentioned Boston Medical Center, housing advocates, recovery advocates, park advocates, neighborhood advocates. It's a big city, it's a big state. We need a plan that meets all these needs equitably. And this plan, from my point of view, gets an F, not BMC, but the state, when Mary Lou Sutters came to JP, wrong community, and they had everything figured out. They were going to tear down the Shattuck. They had already acquired the Newton Pavilion. This is the first the public heard. They're going to move the inpatients there. They had already gone to DCAM and gotten the okay for 75 to 100 units of supportive housing. That's a change of use. It's so dismissive of the neighborhoods around Franklin Park that they didn't get a conversation. We're going to tear down the hospital. What would you all like to see happen that meets the public health definition? It could be a park. It could be a nutrition center. It could be a gym. It could be a food forest. Never had the conversation. I could go on, but I guess I'll ask whatever we do moving forward, if the city can get the state to avoid those pitfalls moving forward, if they need 851 units, we have a whole list of alternatives that they could be looking at. Putting them in one place is wrong. Putting them in the one place that has the most recovery services anywhere is wrong. I don't know how I'm doing on time. Should I go on? Maybe I'll leave it there. Just, we can do better. We all deserve better. There are no demons here, no good guys, bad guys. We just have to figure it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Freeman. Maggie Greville? Yep, okay, thank you. Hope Half? Great, thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for taking time with this. I'm Hope Half. I live in Jamaica Plain. Jamaica Plain does touch the Franklin Park. It's being denied left and right, but I walk in it with a group of people my own age every week. It's a wonderful loop around the golf course starting on William Street. It sounds like the park is terribly, terribly dangerous. I haven't found it. I've lived in Jamaica Plain for 35 years. I get around on a bike. I cut through Franklin Park when I need to go to Dorchester, which I do as a social worker. Although when I heard about all these needles, I thought, oh, that's just, exaggeration. So I got a little group of us together and we searched for 3 hours for needles, and we did find some needles, but not easily. We had to look for 2.5 hours and talk to about 20 people. And I think probably in many, many parks that big, there are going to be needles because we have so many homeless people. So I try not to believe all the bad things you hear about the park. It's a wonderful park. Now, I'm also a retired social worker. And one thing I found is, and I worked with low-income people for 35 years in Boston. One thing I found was it's really hard to do anything unless you have housing. I was paid to help people with mental health. Do I have to stop?
15 seconds.
Okay. And if you don't have housing, you can't get over a depression. If you don't have housing, you can't get over substance abuse. That's the basis. So it's not that we should put it somewhere else and not here. We should put it here, and all over the state, we have a tsunami of homelessness coming at us.
Thank you, Hope. Sarah Horsley? Is Sarah here? Oh, gotcha. No, take your time. Thank you. Melissa Hamill's up next, followed by Michelle Davis, just for people to be ready. Thank you.
And just a clarifying question, we have a couple of people on Zoom. Will they be at the end or?
The Zoom, yeah, I give preference to the folks who show up and have waited patiently.
Makes sense. Okay. Thank you for your patience. My name is Sarah Horsley, and I'm part of the Housing and Health on Morton Street Homes Coalition. I'm a lifelong Jamaica Plain and Boston resident. Since childhood, my family has visited Franklin Park on a weekly basis. In high school, I volunteered at the Shattuck shelter. which is still there. More recently, when my son was preschool age, he attended this childcare center, which was on the Shattuck campus, and we never had any concern for safety. The vast majority of the services proposed by BMC have been on the campus for decades. And the addition of supportive housing will further help interrupt cycles of mental illness, substance abuse, and homelessness. As we've talked about today, there'll be a continuing public process, and the final numbers of housing units will be negotiated with the state, the city, and the community through much process. With the remainder of my time, I'd like to read a portion of testimony from Zach DeClerc, who is a Boston resident in recovery, and he wasn't able to attend today. So Zach says, as a person in long-term recovery from substance abuse disorder, I've benefited from life-saving residential programs and housing security that enabled me to have the life I have today. I have also been to literally dozens of funerals of friends and loved ones over the past 15 years, many people who lacked adequate access to such services and housing. The recovery meetings I attend on the Shattuck campus are overwhelmingly people of color in their attendance. The population served by the Shattuck deserves an upgrade and also the access to supportive housing. Zach continues to say, my family lives 1 block from the park and utilizes the area near the Shattuck. Today, we walked past some new housing construction and my 4-year-old asked if they were building that house for Tony. Tony is our neighbor who has been living in his minivan for most of that kid's life and lived in an apartment on that same block before that. Sadly, that home, that market rate home, isn't for our friend Tony. Every time we scale down a proposal like this one, we scale down the chances of Tony having a decent place to call home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Melissa Hamill.
Hello. Thank you, Councilor Fitzgerald and Councilor Fernandez Anderson for having this meeting today. Appreciate it very much. As you know, I'm a member of CORES, but I'm also a member. I've lived in Jamaica Plain for over 40 years, and I love my city, I love my community, and I love Franklin Park. Unfortunately, it's a little disingenuous to say there isn't any safety issues. I've lived around the corner from the Bowditch School, which is Pine Street Run, and I've walked my dog along the corridor. I've been assaulted once by somebody who lived at the Bowditch School, and my dog has been sickened twice from consuming human waste from people who are actively using down along the tracks. So there are safety concerns, and all you have to do is talk to Dr. Jean McGuire. Please let's not gloss over that fact. I want my community to be safe. I want all of the communities that live around Franklin Park to be safe. I want everybody who uses that park on a daily basis, or a weekly basis, to be safe. I don't think that having this amount of people who are actively seeking recovery is wise for them. I have a personal tragedy in my family. In October, I lost a very close family member to opioid addiction. So no one's saying that we don't care, but Jamaica Plain, Roxbury, Dorchester, Mattapan have already been oversaturated with care. They've had their share of facilities that.
15 seconds.
So I think that we all are on the same page here. We want people to have healthy, safe recovery and healthy, safe communities, but always coming back to the same communities is wrong. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Melissa. Is Michelle Davis here?
She left.
She left, okay. Lincoln Lamond? Lincoln's on, thank you very much. Terry Mason?
She left.
Terry's gone, thank you very much.
That's 3 people
Martha?
so far that have left because they had to sit there and wait for almost 5 hours
she left.
to give their testimonies.
That'll take us down to David, looks like MOI, I can't, David.
But panels and selected officials and people in appointed positions get to go first, and they get to have a
Hello,
back and forth
councilors. Thank
conversation.
you so much for
with the
listening to
chair.
me. I'll try to be
It's
as brief
not
as I can. I'm David Moyer. I've
fair
been
or
fighting for
equitable.
Boston since 1972, along with other people. I'm in that class that believed that government would only do the right thing when people stood up and told them what to do. I want to quickly go through how we got to this place. First of all, I want to just clarify that in 1949, the mayor of Boston, after running this by the Parks Commissioner and running it by the city councilors twice, asked to be able to convey to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts the right to build a hospital for the treatment of the workers of the area who would serve their country well. That was the sole purpose. It's known as a servitude. It's an obligation to provide a service on that land. That land is Heathfield. It's a section of Franklin Park. It is illegal for DCAM to reference the Shattuck campus as if they own the land. They don't. They own a right to use the land for an explicit public purpose of a hospital to help people. Now, so I want to talk to the fact that I have for your review what I believe is an illegally grounded memo by DCAM saying that there are two assets, the building with its programs and the land. The land was not an asset. It is not an asset to be managed. It is simply the place on which the encumbrance of a duty to help the citizens of Boston with public health is built. I talked to DCAM about that and with the Boston Medical Group folks, and subsequent, and the original DCAM position, which I'm providing you the letter from 2021, says this is for this transitional housing thing. That was something created during the life. They did not have the right to do it.
Thank you very much,
I
David.
draw your attention to the fact that there's a letter I'm going to give you from Baki talking about how it's changed. Here's my point.
No.
You have a zoning
David,
code.
David.
I would like you to impose it, please. I
Please
will
put it
give
into
this
the record
all over
then
to you.
for us
Thank
to
you.
review. Thank you, David. I appreciate it. I have up next, C-A-L-I-G. Kalika. Sorry, okay, didn't want to mess that up.
I go by one name usually because I have a long Spanish name, and I legally can go by one name.
You legally
I
can.
went to court. I'm in the arts world as well, but I have been an RN in Boston for over 46 years. I actually worked at Lemuel Shattuck's locked ward way back in the 70s, and it was not a good place. I also was the last evening charge nurse at Boston State Hospital. And when they did deinstitutionalization, I'm probably going to cry. And there was no safety net. And suddenly about a third of the homeless on the streets of Boston were my former patients. I am a member of CORES. Thank you. I'm a member of CORES because I care about people getting services. I also was a Boston City nurse, which became Boston Medical Center for 25 years. I've been a patient at Boston Medical Center and my whole family for my whole life, pretty much. I was a patient there yesterday. And for years, Boston Medical Center cannot even manage substance use, illicit substance use, and drug dealing on its campus at BMC, let alone will they be able to help with that on the proposal at Lemuel Shattuck Hospital. CORES stands for Coalition for Regional Services. Down at Mass and Cass, any given day, about 50% of the people that were down there were from out of Boston. What we stand for is making smaller, regional services to serve people from other places. It does not belong in one place. I also grew up on Waverly Street in Roxbury. And so I went to White Stadium for concerts, Playhouse in the Park. My kids and I have built forts and hiked there. Now, I want to say it does not belong in a park, because if you want to talk about public health, then this is climate crisis time. We need more green space for our mental and physical health. It does not belong there. Find other places so we can house people with substance use disorder, please.
Thank
Not
you,
in
Jennifer.
our park.
Thank you very much. Renee Welch?
Hello. Renee Welch. I've lived in, thank you for the space. Renee Welch, I've lived in Jamaica Plain, Roxbury since 1975, since I was born. Someone said today that this proposal was the fear of the unknown. There is no unknown. Since the tiny cottages, we now have to deal with people defecating on our sidewalks. We have to deal with needle cleanup. We have to deal with drug dealing. We have to deal with prostitution and a host of other things that we didn't have to deal with before. But now we have to deal with it. So when they say to us, so this is going to be different, I guess it's their failed test run. It is working. We now have, I live in Eggleston, so Eggleston is like on that cusp of JP Roxbury, and let's be honest, people look at Eggleston like it's the hood, right? Nobody wants to live there, but we're the ones that has to deal with people in Eggleston shooting up naked, because I've seen that, okay? And they're coming from the new cottages in the park. No one listens to us. We're going to stick this here because it is the path of least resistance. Where do you guys live? Because I can tell you, most of the people that sat on this council from BMC do not live in Jamaica Plain. And the one person that does live in Jamaica Plain, I see them on Jamaica Pond. I don't see you in the park. Okay? So let's be real. I own my house. That's not by luck, that's by grit. My family came to this country in 1968. We fought for everything we have. This proposal is going to kill our generational wealth as Black and brown people. So let's be real about this. This is an attack on the Black community. Say what you want, because the majority of the people in these programs are neither Black nor brown. Okay? There are Black people who are in these programs helping, and they're being discriminated against. There's a woman that was here today. She's a service provider. She was called the N-word by a drug addict in these same programs. So not only are we trying to help, we are also being discriminated against. Let's be real. Stop attacking the Black and brown community and put it in neighborhoods where it belongs. What is it? Wellesley, Weston, where most of these people come from. We are not your punching bags. Thank you.
Thank you. Sasha Goodfriend? Sasha here? No? Then that would conclude the in-person public testimony. We do have public testimony on Zoom, though I'm not sure how many are still signed in. We'll start at the top. You signed up on Zoom.
I started on that one over there.
No. You absolutely. If you're here, you're here. That's great.
Yeah, you're right.
No, I appreciate it. Go ahead. 2 minutes.
All right. Can everyone hear me? All right, there we go. Good afternoon, counselors, neighbors. My name is Jawan Skeens. I am a lifelong Dorchester resident of District 4, and I am also a candidate for State Senate for the 1st Suffolk District. Pleasure to be here. I just have a few quick comments. So I'm currently opposed to this project as it currently stands. As you guys know, when I was running for Boston City Council at large as a write-in candidate last year, I was advocating for the Shattuck to become a holistic community-led center with a focus definitely on with services that are focused more on fruits and vegetables with the healing, as opposed to the current medicines that they're currently giving us, as our bodies are not able to sustain such medicines. Additionally, what I would like to see, there's no housing on this lot. I definitely feel like we should be involved. What are we doing with that project? Why can't we turn it into housing similar to how we did with the Rogers in Hyde Park for the seniors LGBTQ community? The second thing, when it comes to holistic services, I want to make sure that we're bringing diversity into this project, where every culture is allowed to share what their natural remedies are from each and every culture, so that way we can start to heal the overall community. I would like to see a community gym, community cooking classes inside of this building, yoga, Reiki, room for meditation. And this is my last comment here. I would like to see us purchase those fruits and vegetables from local farms here inside the city of Boston, similar to the Urban Farming Institute, as well as the Thornton Street Farm in Roxbury. Thank you all for your support. And I look forward to working with you on this issue.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Now going to Zoom, our first person. Yeah, please step up, just state your name, make sure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for bringing this conversation. My name is Sasha Goodfriend. I live in Jamaica Plain, and I'm going to read a statement from someone who wasn't able to be here today. My name is Callie Connolly, and I'm a client at Women's Hope, part of the Victory programs. Women's Hope is located on the 11th floor of the Shattuck, and it is a recovery program for women who struggle with substance use and moderate to severe mental health issues. As of August 2023, opioid deaths have reached an all-time high in Massachusetts. Suffolk County is one of 3 counties in Massachusetts that have death rates significantly higher than the national average, as well as Hampton and Bristol counties. These numbers represent my friends, my boyfriend, and other loved ones who I've lost to overdoses from fentanyl. In 2014, when the Long Island Bridge suddenly was abruptly closed, 800 beds were lost that were so desperately needed and utilized for treatment and shelter. We urgently need places like the Shattuck and Long Island Health campuses because they provide access to recovery and mental health services. These facilities helped us navigate our lives in early recovery. They gave us shelter, resources, and hope for our future. The Shattuck has provided me with the support I so urgently needed 4 times. In 2017, I was in the High Point Section 35 unit, and a month later, I came to Women's Hope when it was the TSS program. In my most recent journey, which started in March of 2023, I was sent to the Shattuck for a bed in a CSS run by Bay Cove, and now I'm back at Women's Hope, which has turned into a COE residential treatment program. But what happens next to us is so crucial. Where do we go once we graduate from these programs? 6 months, 1 year flies by, and we are in the infancy of our recovery and rebuilding our lives. Some of us go to sober homes where the rent can be $200 a week or more in some cases.
15 seconds.
This is not a permanent solution. Once again, some of us find ourselves lost in the cycle of going in and out of programs because we've been removed from our day-to-day support of daily check-ins with case management, the health workers, and people we've learned to trust. These supportive housing units would save so many lives, mine included. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam. Now we will move on to the Zoom, I think, right? Is there anyone else here that is signed up to speak and that has not? All right. So now we move on to Zoom. First up on the Zoom testimony is Ann Didi Neal Pitry. Is Ann there? Didi, you're up. Ms. Petrie, are you with us?
Yes, I'll try again. Sorry about that.
There you go. You have 2 minutes, Ms. Petrie. Thank you.
All right. First, thank you to the council and the many participants. I am the president and CEO of the Olmsted Network based in Washington, D.C. We are a national organization honored to champion Olmsted parks and places across the country. We wholeheartedly support the provision of needed social services and housing, but we strongly oppose the location of a facility of any size in Frederick Law Olmsted's historic Franklin Park. We urge the state to raise the Shattuck and regain 13 acres of park space for the people. Boston has been chipping away at Olmsted's extraordinary Franklin Park for non-park and private uses. As we have heard, numerous alternative treatment sites are available, many of which would provide smaller and more accessible facilities throughout the region. That is why we joined those who call on the city and state to review and identify a comprehensive plan for these urgent services. Whatever the purpose and however well-meaning, public parks should not be viewed as places to build. Olmsted made clear that parks are intended to be places without building. He designed parks as critical public health infrastructure to give city dwellers an opportunity to escape the city. Stated another way, Olmsted parks have a foundational social justice purpose. We are told not to worry. This will be a sustainable building. I'm sorry, a building is still a building. It's time to prioritize racial equity. The neighborhoods of Franklin Park deserve restorative and healthful open space as Frederick Law Olmsted intended. Leaders in Boston and cities around the country need to remember, parks are cost-effective public health resources that can drive better mental, physical, and environmental outcomes. We urge you, no more building in Franklin Park. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ann. Up next, we have Josh Oberly. Josh, if you're with us, you have 2 minutes. And make sure you're off mute, please, and thank you. Mr. Oberly, are you online?
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yep, we can hear you now, Josh. Go ahead. You have 2 minutes, please, and thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Fitzgerald. Thank you, Councilor Anderson. Appreciate the time today for the public to be heard about the issue. I live in Forest Hills. I'm one of the more newer residents of the community. I lived here about 7 going on 8 years. I've discussed, just the concerns about the homeless and drug use around Forest Hills in the past, 5, 6 years. I've seen it go up myself. There's been a lot of things going on in the park since the small houses, cottages have been built. And there are needles around. I know someone in the room today has been picking them up. That's a great, friend of the park. But I think just the fact of the matter is that there's too much density here for the services that are being proposed. And I just support the regional, smaller facilities that could possibly be built to support this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Appreciate your testimony. Up next, we have James Michelle. James, are you there? James, you have to accept being promoted as a panelist to speak. So if you have done that, please do so, and you'll be allocated 2 minutes. James, you got about 10 seconds. Perhaps we can come back. Why don't instead we move on to Shamika Moreno. Shamika Moreno, if you are still online with us, please. When you begin talking, you'll have 2 minutes. Please make sure you're off mute. Thank you. You have the floor.
Hi, my name is Shamika Moreno. I'm a longtime born and raised resident of Roxbury. I just want to say it's kind of confusing when people keep calling it Franklin Park. It's not Franklin Park, it's the Shattuck, it's a hospital. It's been a hospital since before I was born. As a mother who walks Mass and Castile to bring my child to school, I find it very disturbing that people from the Jamaica Plain area don't want needles in their neighborhood. But for the last 9 years of my daughter's life, she's walked from nursery on Mount Pleasant now to Orchard Gardens and seen these same needles and defecation, but it wasn't a concern then. My concern is they just don't want it in their neighborhood. Project Promise is a program through BMC where I first started by volunteering for my clinical hours for my LATE Act, which is an acronym or not acronym, but abbreviation for licensed addiction and dual diagnosis counseling. I worked at Project Promise, which is ran by BMC on River Street on a housing site where people are housed living there with over 300 units. So to say that we don't need this or it's too much, we already have this. It's also the Joe Wynn House that's across the street from Franklin Park Zoo. That's a state-run program for Black women. So I'm just not understanding why the misinformation is being spewed by the senator who spoke earlier, purposefully. It's not a Black or brown thing or a white or Black thing. It's I don't want this in my neighborhood. And that's not fair when people that are Black and brown, like myself, or Afro-Latina, lives with this every day and deals with it every day because I have no choice. This is where I reside. And it's being said to the community that it's an issue with just us. No, it's an issue with everybody. And if community is community, that means everyone, not just where you live or community is everywhere. The city of Boston is the community as a whole. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much, Ms. Moreno. I appreciate it. Up next on the Zoom, and we only have a couple more folks, is Kevin Whalen. Kevin Whalen, if you could please accept being a panelist. You will have 2 minutes once you begin speaking. Thank you. We'll wait just a little bit. He's not there. All right, Kevin has signed off. We'll move on to Pamela King. Is Pamela King still with us online? Pamela, if you unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes to speak once you start talking. Thank you very much.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. King, you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, yes. I just want to say that I support all of the expert witnesses that came from Senator Wilkerson and Ms. Randolph and Derek Evans and Louis Alisse. This is very important expertise that we are ignoring, and it was ignored when we had the meeting concerning the Haitian immigrants coming to Midland Cats. So what I'm concerned about is that this is an issue of systemic racism, and it's in the public health realm, and the higher numbers of people who have been dying in the Black and brown communities and Hispanic communities, there's been no attention to that. And I just would like maybe each of us in the city to look at the 2020 Declaration of Racism as a Public Health Crisis by Mayor Walsh. He gave 8 executive orders, and he ordered all departments to follow those orders. And I'd like to know if there's any evidence, anybody can find any evidence that any of these orders, these executive orders to eliminate racism as a public health crisis, have any of those orders been carried out by any department in the city of Boston since 2020? I don't know if that's a comment or a question. I think it's both.
I think it's a question that folks don't have the answers to at their fingertips at the moment, but we appreciate your questioning. You have 15 seconds if you'd like to add anything else.
Yes, would you please, could you please find out as a city council if any of these departments have done anything to carry out those executive orders?
It will be noted in the record, and we'll try and get back to you, Pamela. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
That concludes the Zoom public testimony as well. I'll allow for closing remarks, if any, from the remaining councilors. Please keep it to 1 minute or under. Do you guys have anything you'd like to add at the moment?
Of course I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for your grace today and your patience. I just wanted to make a comment about specifically housing. This is not affordable housing. This is not family housing. This is not any type of housing, individual housing. This is shelter, specifically supportive housing for people suffering or transitioning into long-term treatment. So I just don't want the issues to be conflated where housing advocates are coming here and saying housing, why not housing? Housing is a problem. Well, as I mentioned, District 7 shares the most amount of affordable housing as is, and there's research shows that it dampens our economy. It doesn't contribute to our communities when we do that. So condensing or further condensing populating poverty into or services into District 7. I live on Humboldt Ave. It's public information, and it's just 1 mile radius between 8 halfway homes. So all around my home, I literally live next to one. So then I walk to Franklin Park, and that's going to be there. As I've said before, no, we are all in support of services. I would like to see the Shattuck renovated. I would like to see BMC actually follow the recommendations from the state, which whatever numbers that they've asked. And then I would like to see a holistic, high quality facility be built there where it actually properly addresses service. If you really care about it and you say that you're intentional, then bring high quality service and actually create this holistic environment that addresses all of these wraparound services. I thank you, all of you, for being here and your advocacy. Look forward to the conversation. Look forward to BMC. Again, on record that you have not responded questions about safety, parking, the wraparound model, a lot of questions not being answered today. And so I just want to make sure that you do walk away understanding that. So downscaling number, the dashboard, community benefits, holistic development plan, environmental impact, and how to mitigate that continued community process. Thank you all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Weber, any closing remarks?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank everyone, all the three panelists on the three panels, and everyone who gave public testimony. Thank you. And looks like, you know, this will be part of a much longer process, and I look forward to it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councilor Weber, and thank you to everybody who arrived today for your patience as well, everybody online. With that, the hearing on docket 0512 is adjourned.
Okay, so that was a 5.5 hour long hearing from the Boston City Council, and we only got like 40 minutes of actual members of the public getting a chance to speak. They were held to a strict 2-minute rule, while experts and panelists and professionals got unlimited time and dialogue to speak to the council about their thoughts of the development. And that's pretty much how every hearing goes with the Boston City Council. And I would say with most bodies of government that I've observed across the state Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So I'm probably going to do this more often, live streaming meetings and hearings of the city council. I see that there's apparently an interest in it because I've maintained over 300 viewers throughout almost the entire 5.5 hours, which is incredible because I don't ever get this many viewers. So clearly there's an interest. People want to see what goes on in City Hall. And for anybody who may be a resident of Boston that's watching, we have a new website. Sorry about the background noise. My kids are having their playtime right now. We have a new newsletter, a physical and digital newsletter called Boston to Boston. It just hit the streets this week. It's a bi-weekly newsletter, so the first edition is out now. It will be in stores and train stations near you. People will be distributing it in the streets. It's a 1-page newsletter to carry the real news from each neighborhood to the next about what's going on in the different neighborhoods of Boston. We have a website that is connected to the newsletter. It's called boston2boston.com. It's TO, the word to, not the number, boston2boston.com. There will be more content added to the website, but there's already some stuff on there. You can sign up for updates. You can sign up to get a digital, and you can sign up to be a neighborhood reporter. So you can check in with me, at some point every 2 weeks if you have some piece of news that you'd like me to include in the newspaper, or if you know of a meeting or an event happening in your neighborhood and try to fit it in the newsletter, or at least I can put it on the website. We're also going to start bi-weekly in-person meetings. The first one is next Thursday at 5 p.m., April 11th at 1102 Blue Hill Ave. Again, you can sign up for updates and meeting times and dates on the website, boston2boston.com. The first in-person meeting is on April 11th. And then once I have a solid schedule for the meetings, that will be posted too. I am not inviting elected officials. So if any of you are watching, you are not invited. This is for private citizens, members of the public only, to talk about the issues that we are concerned about and how we can organize to resolve these issues and make changes on our own. Because I think collectively, regardless of which end of the political spectrum we're on or which issues each individual is passionate about, collectively, we are not happy. We do not feel well represented. This is, we're officially in a state of taxation without representation. And we have a problem in the fact that regular people are not running for office. It's easy to say you get what you vote for when we don't have options on the ballot. We don't have people running for office. Massachusetts has made it extremely difficult for regular people to run for office. If you don't have a major party backing you, you don't have a big machine behind you, then I think most people get very discouraged running for office. I know how hard it was for me and Sean Nelson when we were running for Boston City Council at large last year, with very little, I don't want to say very little support, because there's tons of people who supported it, but they couldn't support it financially, or, they couldn't come out and hold signs for us or, help us campaign, because we want to represent the people who are too busy, right? And being too busy is the exact reason why you should be involved in what's going on in politics, because politics are structured in a way so that the people that it affects, the people that are oppressed most by the government, are too busy to pay attention. So it's like you have more say, so those that want to represent the people we're running to represent don't have money to pour into political campaigns. And I mean, if you are if you consider yourself low income or poor like myself, then it just doesn't make sense that you would want to support a candidate who has tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars in their campaign account. Obviously, that person is being financially supported by these big corporations and unions and politicians for a reason, because they're going to promote their agendas, not the agenda of what's best for the people of Boston, or, the people of any municipality for that matter, because it basically works the same way no matter what city or town you're in. And there's another city council hearing tomorrow. I will try to stream that one live too. It is with the committee on, Committee Planning, Development, and Transportation. It's on 03. You can find it on the website. tomorrow. So if you're free, go down to City Hall. Sign someone. People need to be heard. People need to speak up. People need to, and please stop being so polite to these criminals that are holding public office. Like, it makes me cringe every time I hear somebody say thank you for holding this hearing, thank you for doing your job. Like, no, we pay you, we the taxpayers pay you to do a job that you're barely doing. You're supposed to listen to us, and then you limit our time and give more time and more respect to the people who may not even live in Boston, but are, quote, experts and professionals. So please stop thanking these criminals. But there's this public hearing tomorrow it says to review the rides and regulations of vehicles in relation to expansion of micro-mobility access. So basically more of the streets talk, more of the stuff about reducing the speed limit. I think most of you know by now that the city council is making plans to reduce Boston street speed limits to 15 miles per hour, where it's typically 25. So 15 miles an hour is going to be the speed limit. Now it'll be 15. And adding more speed humps to the streets, more crosswalks, more bike lanes, more bus lanes, all the things that make it way harder to have a car in the city, way harder, the traffic. I just saw Domingos DeRosa did a live this morning complaining about the traffic in Boston this morning, which me too. I go somewhere most mornings where it typically should take me about 15 minutes total to drive there and back home. And this morning I was stuck in traffic for about 40 minutes, just to go not that far away from my home. So it's getting bad, and it's just going to keep getting worse. This hearing tomorrow, if you're able to, you can sign up to testify in person at 10 a.m. or you can email them and sign up to testify virtually. And I mean, when you testify, record the clip of it, because just as you see with me streaming this live today, the city council live stream only had 40 viewers. My live stream still is almost at 400 right now. Social media is where people are looking to get their news. So if you do go to one of these hearings, if you do go to a meeting and you do speak up, or you do confront a public official or an elected official, record it on video and post it on your social media. People need to see what's happening, and they're not going to see it in the mainstream media. They're not going to see it from these government officials. Government officials want to silence us by any means necessary. Derek, yeah, of course. More bike lanes, Agenda 21. If you're not familiar with Agenda 21, get familiar, because every single political and social issue that we talk about on a daily basis is a part or a component to Agenda 21, Agenda 2030, the New World Order, whatever you want to refer to it as, the master major plan, the global plan to enslave us all, basically. One world government, one world everything. And it's working, and it's in progress, and it's moving very rapidly the closer we get to 2030. And they want to surveil us 24/7. People need to pay attention. And if you're not aware of these things, you need to get aware. Show up to our meetings. Contact me. I can send you information. I can send you video clips. I can send you whatever. You need to get involved. And more so than just calling and emailing your legislators, you need to do more. You need to show up in person. You need to testify. You need to make these elected officials and public officials feel uncomfortable wherever they go, because they are violating civil rights with every move that they make. They're walking all over us, and we are letting them. We are silently, complicitly letting them walk all over us. And it needs to stop. Like I just said, I think even a couple more people have joined since I said we're having an in-person meeting next Thursday night, April 11th, 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. at 1102 Blue Hill Ave. Elected officials and their staff are not invited. Excuse me. Media is not invited. You will be turned away at the door. This is just for Boston residents or even people, private citizens from outside of Boston who will be in Boston to help us with the distribution of our newsletter and with the promotion of our website and the promotion of just getting the truth out, promotion of getting news from one Boston neighborhood to the next, because the people in Roxbury need to be aware of what's happening in the North End. The people in West Roxbury need to be aware of what's happening in Hyde Park and in Roxbury and in Mattapian and in Southie and Dorchester. All of the neighborhoods need to communicate, because when 300 people show up to oppose squares and streets plans in Hyde Park, then the 300 people that showed up in West Roxbury to oppose bike lanes and road diets, those people should have communicated, and they would have had 600 people, and it would have been way harder for our local public officials, elected officials, whatever you want to call them. It would have been way harder for them to silence it and act like it didn't happen. In multiple neighborhoods, pretty much all neighborhoods of Boston. And it works like this in other municipalities too. But I live in Boston and I'm running in Boston. So that's the only one I'm going to deal with. But it works like this everywhere. Okay. Divide and conquer is the most effective strategic tactic that they have against. And it's effective and it works. Things, as if they are about political differences or racial differences. Nothing, your race doesn't matter. It never did. This is just an illusion of something that we can see visually that separates us. You know, if we look at every issue about what white people get versus what black people get, how white people are treated versus how black people are treated, we're diminishing the conversation, because the entire goal of and strategy of the government is to perpetuate ongoing arguments. They need to keep us divided, and the best way to do that is by using our race against us. So once we all realize that we are all a part of the human race and that our skin color does not matter, we might actually get somewhere. I'm not saying that racism is not a thing. I'm saying we need to stop letting it control how we move on the issues that affect every single one of us. We need to stop making it, because I guarantee you, every single time official in a conversation, that's because the conversation is they're saying that it's going to be good for insert type of person here. It's going to be good for black people. It's going to be good for black and brown people. It's going to be good for gay people. It's going to be good for trans people. Whatever. We're all people, and they are oppressing us all. So let's do something about it. Show up next Thursday, April 11th, 5 p.m., 1102 Blue Hill Ave. No media, no elected officials. Let's talk as a community, residents of Boston, all neighborhoods of Boston. We have multiple issues going on across all the neighborhoods, and let's work on it. You know, this is not like a one and done thing. It's not like we're going to have one conversation that's going to solve all these problems. We need to meet in person regularly, and we need to work on finding solutions to the problems and getting regular people to run for office, as opposed to these people who come in from Chicago. Michelle Wu is from Chicago. Ayanna Presley is from Chicago. Bisola Ojikutu, the Boston Public Health Commissioner, she's from Chicago. I don't know if they have a training school in Chicago or what, but these people are carpetbaggers. Sam Montano, the state rep of Jamaica Plain, is allegedly from California. These people come here from other states. They've been trained and molded in other states and probably in Switzerland with the World Economic Forum. And they come here with the sole purpose of pushing Agenda 21 to destroy society, humanity as we know it. And we are letting it happen. And we are allowing ourselves to be distracted by tiny little fights all over the place and tiny little arguments all over the place that they create to keep us distracted. So, I think that I think that I'm done with that rant. I'm glad that right now there's 402 viewers throughout. I mean, this live stream has been going for 4 hours and 54 minutes. And for the majority of time, there were well over 200 viewers. And that gives me a little bit of hope that people actually care about what's going on in City Hall and Twitter. So hopefully those viewers weren't people from outside of Massachusetts, but who knows? Like I said, go to the website, sign up for updates, boston2boston.com. It's TO, the word two, not the number two, boston2boston.com. Sign up for email updates, sign up. If you live in Boston, please sign up to be a neighborhood reporter, because I can't print the news that I'm not getting, and I can't be in every neighborhood. I live in Dorchester. I don't necessarily know what's going on in the North End unless I'm speaking with somebody from the North End. I don't necessarily know what's going on. I definitely don't know what's going on in East Boston and Charlestown because it's past the bridge and I don't really go there. So people need to give me the news so I can try to get it out there. And yeah, I think that's about it. I need to like tend to my children in my personal life right now. I definitely did not expect to be doing a 5-hour live stream, but I'm so glad that so many people tuned in. I wish there was more interaction in the comments, but I'm going to take it for what it is today. I'm going to cover, I'm going to try to cover the hearing that's happening tomorrow. If you're in the area, go down to City Hall at 10 o'clock, sign up to testify, live stream it too. The more, the merrier. Like the more people that are shining a light on what's happening, the more people are going to pay attention to it. I don't necessarily have the same viewers that somebody else might have. You know, the more people that are doing what I'm doing, the quicker we can actually start making some progress. So I'm not doing this to promote myself or to, you know, I hate being on camera. This is not about me. This is about informing and educating the people of Boston and surrounding areas so that we can actually organize and make the changes that we need. And stop supporting these rich people that are career politicians and lawyers and staying in office just to cause our city demise. Like, let's do something about it. So I'm going to go now. Boston2boston.com. Sign up for emails. Sign up to be a journalist, reporter, you know, whatever. Let me know if there's any meetings or events happening in your area. And come to the in-person meeting next week. It's 1102 Blue Hill Ave. It's at 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. April 11th. Meeting dates will come after that, and we'll see what happens from there. But I'll continue doing the live streams. I'll continue doing the newsletter. The newsletter will be out every 2 weeks. Look for it if you haven't seen the physical actual piece of paper yet. Unfortunately, I don't have one handy right now, but you know, if you're able to distribute it in your neighborhood, I can drop you off a master copy, or I can drop you off a stack that you can distribute. However we can get it out there, let's do it, because the Boston Globe, the Boston Herald, the Dorchester Reporter, whatever newspapers are not telling all the news. They're telling bits and pieces of it or lies. So we have to be our own reporters. We have to be our own news. So please, I need help. We need help. Let me know if you want to be involved. Go to the website, boston2boston.com, sign up, come to the in-person meetings, get involved how you can. And if you have time and you want to be involved, but you're not sure what you can do or how you can be involved, or, you know, you don't want to be a citizen reporter, but you want to do something, there's a job for everybody. I can figure something out. We can figure something out together. Like, just do it, please. Somebody want to ask that I don't think so. So I think that I'm going to end this here. I will probably, hopefully, be back at 10 a.m. tomorrow with the hearing about more restrictions that they're putting on our streets. And right now, I'm streaming on Facebook under my personal Catherine Vitale profile. I'm streaming on YouTube under People's Press Media, which I think I'm going to change to Boston. I'm streaming on Twitter under my Vitale for Boston account, and I'm on Rumble under People's Press Boston or People's Press Media, which is probably going to change to Boston. But thank you guys so much for watching, and hopefully I'll see you tomorrow.